Um, oh, why did this? I have to choke on, I don't know, my own saliva when I appeared on screen. Anyway, welcome. Hello everyone. I will actually open my window in my room. Give me a second. Alright. Hello YouTube chat. Hello Twitch chat. How is everyone doing today? Hello Painter. Hello Wooks. Hello Punisher. Welcome back. Okay. Yes, you're back, Punisher. I'm glad to see you again. How have you guys been the past 2 days? I was absent. I wanted to make it more filled week with streams and eventful streams, but it didn't work out that way. But at least the second half I will try to fill with streams. So today is Raging Loop, because I just didn't prepare anything else. Other streams would require a little bit preparation. Tomorrow will be actually the goal that you guys wanted, to play horror games on in Roblox, potentially with you guys. And I never played Roblox, so we'll see how it goes. I have to download it and check out how it works. On Saturday we'll do some world building. I don't know what yet. And on Sunday we're going to create a D&D character for you guys. Because you're going to later play this as this D&D character. Because that's also some promise stream for you guys. And also we'll try to write a story, at least outline a story. You guys said that it would be fun. You missed me. I'm glad that you missed me. That's a boost to my confidence. Yeah, I never played Xbox, so we'll see. The music kind of... Wait, actually, let it play. Let me know, by the way, if the audio is okay. I have two questions. First of all, we have the goals at the bottom here, right? We have bits goal, sub goal, and donation goal. I don't know what to do for those when those goals will be reached. So if you have any ideas for a stream or something else for me to do, let me know. We can set it up as a goal. Painter, are you still here? I have a question to you. Yes, great. How's your writing? Do you still write? Just curious. I've been writing the short story, outlining it, and I started doing draft 0. Very rough draft, just to have it on the page. We'll see if I finish this one. Sometimes you cannot wait for inspiration. Yeah, it is indeed a good music. But you cannot wait sometimes for inspiration, you just have to sit down and try to write. You can wait for inspiration for years, so you know. Okay. I think we said hello, and now we can go back to the... to the game. Let's continue reading. As always, recap in the description. That man, it was pointless to think about it now. The thing I had to do now was... about what? Ah, keep passing time, yeah. We don't have this key, so we cannot do it. We hung out like that until evening when Kanzo-san came back, making the same sullen face as always. And we all had early massive dinner. I mean, no, I did not know the Spanisher because you didn't tell me, and I wouldn't know any other way. But I'm happy for you. But man, I read those 2 sentences and I already feel like, oh my god, it's not a day for a reading, is it? Oh my god, Painter. That's interesting. Um, I'm not sure if that's one of your delusions, but no, no one like that talked to me. But yeah, I read 2 sentences and man, that was a struggle. Like, I don't think this is a day where I will read well. The tables had boiled shinshara on them. The smell was way more tolerable than the first time I ate it, so this one probably hadn't aged as much. I was kinda used to it by now, so I could eat it like I would normal meat. Though I probably wouldn't have insisted on having it if I had a choice. However, since it was here, I could only assume that even this event counted as some sort of special occasion worthy of special food.
アステカじゃ生贄にするものを1年かけて艦隊したそうだわ。
Mamiya-san whispered that to me alone, and I wasn't sure what to make of that. It seemed like she was implying, at least they won't make us wait that long. What a bad joke. After the meal, everyone began to leave. Kaori-san and I stayed behind to do the dishes.
本当に助かるわ。こんな時に一人で洗い物をしてたら気が狂ってしまうかも。
まあこんな時ですからね。
I have to be careful with my words. I actually knew what she was like when she went insane. Yeah, we know.
明日も皿洗いができるように生き延びないとですね。
Forgive me, Punisher, but I do not believe you. Okay, let's see. So. Are you role-playing too, Punisher? Why is everyone role-playing in my chat? Because it's impossible, Punisher.
やだな。気にしないでくださいよ。
Don't take it too seriously. I'm only talking about the death. God damn it. I cannot see something. Okay.
もし私が狼様にやられたら、食堂のことはお願いね。
いやいや、それは厳しいですって。まだ香織さんにいていただかないと。すみません。変なこと言ってしまって。
いいのよ。現実から目を背け続けていないで、覚悟を決めないといけない頃合いでしょ。きっと誰かがいなくなるんでしょうからね。明日には。
She was unexpectedly calm about this.
安永は、あの子は本当に優しい子で、しかも父親に似て頭もいいから、いつも大変な時も優しく笑ってくれて、励ましてくれて。よほど難しいんだわ。
よく見てますね。
そりゃ親だから。
Yasunaga-kun had a sort of complex about his relationship with his mother. He believed that Kaori-san loved Yasugo-kun more than him. I didn't know if it was true, but at the very least Kaori-san did treasure him dearly as her son. Right as I thought that. Alright, Painter. I believe you this time.
義継、あんたどうしたの？忘れ物でもした？
なんでババアだけ皿洗いしねえとなんねんだよ。
そりゃあんたが手伝わないからよ。
俺だけじゃねえだろうが。この物騒な時に食堂に残しやがって。兄貴とか何やってんだ、畜生よ。
自分の仕事があるのはいいことよ。みんなそれぞれやることはある。あんた
勉強かよ。
勉強でもいいし、皿拭きでもいい。とにかく自分ですべきことを考えて。
よこせよ、福も。
超絶いい子だな、君は。残念ながらたった今全部拭き終わってしまったけど。
何の意味があったんだよ、クソ。
まあ殊勝な態度は買いましょう。しっかり宴の支度して、明日また手伝いなさい。
それじゃあ僕もこれで。
ええ、おやすみなさい。
Oh my god, I felt like she whispered that in my ear. It was glorious.
待てよ、イカレ野郎。
Just after I left the dining hall, he caught up with me through the mist.
君もいい加減名前を覚えてくれよ。
うるせえシッコマン！シッコマン！
やめろ！
An ambush! Damn middle scholars.
冗談はいいんだよ、イカレ野郎。
まあいいや、シッコマンよりは。冗談じゃなかったら何だって言うのさ。
狼のやつをぶっ殺しに行こうぜ。
What?
どういうこと？
クソくらえだっつんだよ。宴だしんないだかよ。付き合いきれねえ。 どいつもこいつもビビりやがって。
You died on the last route trying to do this, man, so no.
なんだって棒切れでぶん殴りゃ死ぬっつーの。
There was not a hint of fear in his voice, however, nor was there any killing intent or violence. However, he also wasn't messing around. He was defiant and recklessness given human form.
それともてめえもビビってんのか？やっぱイカれてみせたのはフリかよ。
I now understood it all. It walked around at night last loop too, and that got him killed by the corruption. Had Yoshitsugu-kan met up with anyone before he'd gone off, like Yasunaga-kun and the others? I doubted that Yasunaga-kun was the one who'd made him into that mutilated corpse. So it had to be that thing. Or maybe that thing? Crap, after I'd found out that the Fist had normal murderers last time, I'd let my guard down a bit. There were still things that couldn't be explained. They were still mysterious, unknown, and scary. However, would I learn anything if I actually went with him? And even if I could look back, all I would have to show for it would be a memory of me getting torn apart in the mist before I even realized it. Indeed, big buff werewolf man. Or woman. However, if I refused, he could go off on his own and die, making Kaori-san lose it and snap. How was I to prevent that? I had to hold myself from saying something. This wasn't the time for that joke.
君だけで行くといい。
やっぱりそうだ、この腰抜けが。
うん。いいよいいよ腰抜けで。これで邪魔がいなくなる。
あ？
What if I listener?
これで安心して香織さんに手を出せるって言うんだよ。ずいぶん若くして子供を産んだんだな、あの人。全然若い。
は？おい。
まあ、どうせ死んだはずの命だし、せいぜい死ぬまで楽しもうかなと思うよ。死に急ぐならどうぞ。お母さんは任せな。
Jesus. Doesn't he has anything better to say to stop him? He went nuclear option from the get-go.
せいぜい可愛がって。
Whoa! I didn't expect him to charge at me head first.
そったれ、どこで目つけやがったったんだ。
Jesus. Crap, that worked too well. I was about to be killed by a generic delinquent middle schooler. His words were hurting me, but I could still dodge.
あー、ごめん。嘘。
何が嘘だ、しめたらくっとら。
What kind of language was that? I kinda wanted to learn it. Dodging again, I ran off into the dark mist. Fighting wasn't easy in this mist, huh? This was the first time I was actually thankful for it.
織部義継、あんま行きがって大事なことを見逃すんじゃないぜ。
ああ、
今日間違えれば君は必ず死ぬ。
上等じゃねえかクソだろ。
その後香織さんは誰が守る？
知るかそんなもん。兄貴か匠兄が勝手にやんだろうが。
無理だね。彼らは休みず全体のことしか見てないんだから。お母さん守りたいなら危ない橋を渡らずに生き延びることを考えろ。
ああ？死ぬとは限らねえだろうが、勝てるかもしんねえだろうが。
I knew how he felt. I'd thought the same thing once. But not anymore. I knew it was impossible.
その方法じゃダメだ。
てめえ、一体何言ってんだ。一体何を知ってる？
僕がもうやったから。
He revealed something. I didn't expect him to understand, so it was fine.
は？
とりあえず、君が死んだら香織さんに手を出すかもしれないから、死なない方がいいぞ。
てめえ、ごまかすな！一体どういうことだ！おい！
皿洗い、頑張れよ。
Hopefully that would convince him. I headed back to my hut before it was too late. I heard footsteps and breathing following me for a while, but when I heard someone trip, I stopped and turned around.
大丈夫ですか、リカコさん。
Waifu alert! Waifu alert! Itai. The area was covered in grass, but that didn't make falling here particularly safe. Not sure if she's vampire. I think she's just albino.
というか、どうしたんです？こんな時間に。物意味しなきゃ。
それはこちらのセリフです、春明様。洗い物で遅くなった上に。
Oh my god, she's stalking us. Wow, a rare sight from Rikako-san. She was serious, kinda angry, and practically rambling.
ちょっと人助けを。
知っております。無謀に走ろうとする織部義継をたしなめられたのでしょう。とてつもなくそのお下劣な方法で。
なぜいつになく状況理解が詳細かつ正確なんですか？
Yeah, why is she so smart suddenly?
お話をし損ねましたから霧に身を潜めておりました。
She was shivering, showing how cold she was. Just how long had she been waiting outside the dining hall?
ああ、すみません。そういえばそんな話ありましたね。ちえみちゃんとも話し損ねたや。
宴の時はありがとうございました。
ん？
私をくくることもできたでしょうに。
いやいや、僕は誰にも死んでほしくはないですよ。すみません。嘘です。いや、本当なんですが、こうも思ってます。リカコさんもメイコちゃんも死ぬところなんて見たくないって。
You're already my wife, and she's already my daughter.
それはどういう
意味でしょうね。
Secret talks weren't a good idea. This is why I didn't say anything more.
あ、一つだけ聞きたいんですが。
何でしょうか。
もし、メイコちゃんが狼だったとしたら、リカコさんはどうしますか？
私が共にくくられましょう。
She was quite a character.
とにかく、大丈夫ですから。明日も元気なリカコさんのドジっぷり、見られることを楽しみにしてますよ。
Why did you say it? Why did you say it? Now you raised a death flag for her. Ah!
春明様、何を一体。私はドジなんて失礼な。
じゃあ、また明日。
僕がもうやったからとは
Ah,
どう
fuck.
いう意味でしょうか。
She heard it. Crap.
口から出まかせですよ。不思議系の物言いって結構言いくるめやすいんです。
私は春明様が身車の手のものだとかそんなことは
Oh, fuck. She's onto us. Yes, Painter. You can have me on second monitor. I'm not certain that the second part is a good idea, and you should not speak about it publicly like that. Why are you incriminating yourself? Hmm. Okay.
むしろ、何と言いますか。この、逃げ場のない霧を、晴らしにおいでになった、特別な方なのではないかと。こんな、無双めいたこと、気持ちが悪いと、
Yes.
お思いかもしれません。
You're absolutely disgusting. How dare you think I'm someone special?
が、私も、伝統やら、信心やらに、染まって生きてきたものです。テレビの中で語られる、科学とか、そういったものには、縁遠く、生きてまいりました。ですから、迷信に脅かされている今、迷信めいた何かに、誰かにすがりたくなっているやもしれません。
Hello, Kobaltaku. You're someone special? Special needs? We'll take those. Welcome. Is it okay if I call you Kobal? Welcome to the stream. How are you doing? Yeah, sure, Painter. Our lips are sealed in here. You're chilling. Great, great. Are you familiar with Raging Loop? Or not? If not, I'm sure you saw, but there's a recap below. But if you have any questions, ask. If you have any questions not related to the game, also ask. I'm kinda focusing on the game, so I might not be too talkative. I'm struggling to say words. Ahem.
リカコさん、
I didn't know certain things myself. I also had tears for the truth. I couldn't deny that I defied all logic and casuality by standing here after experiencing death a few times. Was that meant as a tool to dispel the despair of the feast? Had I been given this power to do that? Was someone telling me to stop this mad ritual no matter how many deaths it took? I had no idea. And because of that, telling her about it would just give her false hope.
僕もそうありたいですが、残念。あんまり特別な人間でもなさそうです。でも、そうですね。そこまで信じてもらえてるなら、頑張りますよ。
はい。
じゃあ、今日はここで。
What? She extended her hand to me.
握手
She nodded.
じゃあ、握手で。約束です。明日もきっと会いましょう。
Stop raising more death flags. God damn it. Why are you doing it? I took her hand.
いいえ。
She grasped back tightly. Her fingers were slender and cold.
もし明日、会えずとも、いずれまた、いずれのせいで、より穏やかなせいで、巡り合いますよ。
She let go.
おやすみなさい。さようなら。
リカコさん。
Don't say sayonara, no. Sayonara in Japanese is kind of not used when you intend to see someone like tomorrow. It's like there's a certain finality to the word. It doesn't necessarily mean that you won't see each other again, but you know, it's like sayonara, I'm going on a long journey or something. Or we won't see each other for a while. At least that's what I remember when I learning. I might be lying. She disappeared into the mist.
僕も願ってますよ。
Her footsteps were growing distant. I listened, but it didn't seem like she'd fallen again. I turned around. It had been a long time since I'd heard goodbye. It looked like I wasn't as prepared for this as I thought. I couldn't just assume I'd loop again if I died. If I did, I'd hardly be standing with the locals who carried the weight of putting their lives on the line. I would give my all to survive this night, and render that cynical promise irrelevant. Then once everything was solved, I could use her words to tease her. I could just imagine her turning red and squirming. That would probably be adorable beyond belief.
信内さんのお守り
I sang the song I'd learned today to try and distract myself from the feelings that were beginning to sprout inside me. Barely able to say a thing, I wandered back to my hut. I tore off a page from my notepad, put a pen on the floor, and began to think. Alright, who was I supposed to use my snake powers on? The most natural idea was to investigate the most likely wolf candidates. But there was a problem with that. I wonder if we're going to get a choice here. I think that with the premise of the game, it should the more significant choices, the most affecting the narrative, should be the one that we make regarding who we're going to save. But I think they didn't want to make like 15 routes for the game, so I kinda don't think we're going to have that many choices. If there's any. I mean, no one seemed to fit the bill. If there was anything wolf-like about anyone so far, it would only be some vague signs that barely meant anything. There were nothing but things that I'd start to make sense after everything was known. Even I, with all my knowledge of the previous loop, couldn't tell if anyone was acting weird. Thus, I had to change my line of thinking. I shouldn't have to force myself to find wolves. I had to confirm the identities of those who could be the most dangerous wolves. Thankfully, we already had convenient leader figures, Kanzo-san and Yasunaga-kun, on our side. I'm really feeling like I'm struggling to read today. I hope it's not too bad. Let me know if it is. I will try to fix what I can. As things were, it didn't look like they were leaning the humans into the wrong direction. I also realized that they'd been holding themselves back the previous loop. Yasunaga-kun hadn't been a proactive leader because he was a wolf, while Kanzo-san probably didn't want to stand out in order to protect himself because he had some sort of guardian, like the spider. The one who'd noticed that was none other than Yasunaga-kun. He'd realized Kanzo-san wasn't himself and used it against him. An excellent move on his part. However, we had problems with them being on the same side too. Honestly, they were incompatible. I hope that they found common ground soon. That aside, since they were both confirmed monkeys, I had to shift my attention to Takumi Moro-san. who acted as the mediator between the younger and older generations. At first glance, he appeared to be the same as last time, but I couldn't use that to determine whether he was clean or not. Another one was a concern about Kyonosuke. He wasn't popular, but he was noisy and he had a certain degree of influence. I couldn't ignore him. He could easily derail the feast, which made him a valuable asset the wolves probably wanted to keep around until the end. There was another thing though. He was actually the only one who seemed slightly wolf-like. I had no idea how many were really hesitant about sending people to their death during voting. However, looking at the voting order, they could have easily killed Kyonosuke without even having to make a second vote. Yasunaga-kun voted for him, which was probably calculated. He might have seen the guy as a convenient first sacrifice. Then Kori-san and Mochi voted for him too. Then it was the village chief's turn. He was wildly unpopular with them, making him a convenient scapegoat for blame. However, he hadn't gotten any more votes from them. What was I supposed to make of that? The wolves knew one another. I knew this from last time, but it was fair to assume that it was common knowledge amongst the others. It might have been possible that there was a wolf among the village youth, and they previously avoided voting for him. One more thing. From my perspective, since he wanted to protect Rikako-san, like me, and would make votes on that basis, he was actually kinda useful to me. Yeah, I had to admit it. I believe Rikako-san and Meiko to be humans. The former was a normal one, while Meiko was a spider.
メイコには言って聞かせてありますので確認させてます。悩むならばメイコではなく私を。
Rikako-san had been worried that a feast would happen soon, which was why she'd fought Meiko about what she had to do. Meiko probably didn't have the mental acuity to understand or participate in the feast all on her own. So Rikako might have given Meiko some way to convey that she had a guardian. Personal exchanges would be heard by someone, and by extent the wolves. That was probably even more certain than what I'd experienced on the way back here. It was safe to consider it a rule. However, if there was a way to pass on information without making it seem important, we could easily converse in secret. That was, I believed Rikako-san knew that Meiko had a guardian, and was putting her life on the line to protect her. She'd also conveyed it to me by telling me to vote for her, despite Meiko being pretty much a throwaway vote. That was her way of telling me that Meiko was important. I didn't know if I'd attract anyone else's attention if they realized what Meiko was. However, most of the clockers had probably assumed that Rikako-san was simply the word for the little girl. They simply assumed she was fulfilling her role as one who took in the corruption. That was exactly why people would still be voting for them. Meiko's role was probably the same as Kanzo-san's last time, the spider. That was why Rikako-san was going so far to hide it. Anyway, that was why I decided they weren't suspicious. Seems like a big jump in logic to assume she has to be a spider. I'm not convinced myself. If there was another option, it was Mamiya-san. She'd survive today's feast by saying that she hadn't checked for a mark on her stomach, but if she claimed to have a guardian tomorrow, could that be trusted? She had nothing tying her to Yasumizu, so no one trusted her. But whether she was a wolf or human, I couldn't put it past her to fake having a guardian just to keep herself alive. Those three were the prime targets. Okay, we have 3 targets to choose from. Okay, so... Hmm. So I'm thinking... Investigating Hisako would make sense. She didn't know if she had a garden or not. But she's also not influential. Not that much influential. Hmm. So even if she has a garden, maybe she's a wolf and she didn't know it. I don't know how that works. Hmm. Any opinions from chat? Takumi is important because he could, because he serves as a bridge between the youths and the old generation. He's kind of in the middle spot when he can kind of guide both of them in a direction if he wanted. And Kionosuke can just sow chaos around. But Hisako was smart as well, so I think I will just go in order, starting with Takumi. I wrote down one of their names, placed the paper next to my pillow, and went to sleep. Hito. So he's a person. Ah, Hiten. Okay, let me close the window. It's also already a bit cold. Actually, before starting a new day, I will go get some water. Give me a second. I'm back. A release moment indeed. How are you doing, Tony? Welcome, welcome. How are you doing? Okay, we can continue. I was starked of my target's affiliation the same way I was given the Guardian. That was strange, but it clearly happened. Uh, it clearly happened, so I had no choice but to accept it. Anyway, it was something I'd predicted. However, what happened this morning certainly wasn't. Interesting. The localization team didn't inform us what was the result. Like, we only saw it in the Japanese writing. If I didn't know Japanese, I would be screwed.
みんな生きとったね。
What? Everyone is alive? Yeah. No one had died last night.
さあ、しっかり食べてくださいね。
So maybe our choice wasn't that meaningful in the long run. Maybe none of them was a wolf. The people in the dining hall were far more cheerful than yesterday morning. It was obvious why. Not one of their neighbors had died. The betrayal they'd been warned about ended up not happening at all. Some were probably even beginning to hope that the traitors, the wolves, didn't exist at all. No. Wolves probably acted, but they probably went for someone protected by the spider. So they couldn't, and because they were interrupted, I think that meant that they couldn't go for someone else.
だから言ったろヤス不妻子こんなバカらしいことに付き合うやつはいねえんだって
Takumi-san, who put the unity of Yasumi's above all else, was especially cheerful.
まあそうかもね。
Yasunagi made a vague smile. It seemed like he was afraid to kill the good vibes here. Kanzashi, however, was probably just holding back from doing that. Kenosuke looked like he was on the verge of killing the mood with some of his pessimism.
よかった。本当に皆様よくぞご無事で。
Oh my god, she
そうでしょう。
raised death flags and now she's alive. Thank god, but I expected someone to die. Or something happened to her. However, he held his tongue. Probably out of the consideration for Taya-san and Rikako-san, who were crying in relief.
何かな
Shitsugo-san, who was washing the dishes with me, called out to me with a stern voice.
なんだよこれ。何も起きねえじゃねえか。
何言ってるの？すごいことが起きたんだよ。
はあ？
今日の宴で色々わかるよ。泡だらけだ。やり直し。
よし君がお手伝いか。もう何年も見てなかった光景だね。
うるせえな知恵ね。皿に指で頑張れ頑張れとか後つけてんじゃねえよ。
頑張れ、頑張れ。
あ、バレた？でも残念。指じゃなくて唇でした。関節キスは約束だぞ。
うわ、きったね。
ひどい。
知恵ね、私も引くわ。外で一体何勉強してきてるの？
知恵ねえのオリジナルだから。
まったく知恵ねえは不潔だな。
てめえは何してんだ、鴨志田。
僕も手伝いだ。レロレロン。
汚れを舐めとってんじゃねえ。
俺も
Of course.
やめるんだ。その需要はない。
The dining hall sure was noisy. Haru-chan even screamed a little.
また見てくる。
With those words, Kanzo-san left. And so we ended up spending an eventful morning in the dining hall together. I wasn't the only one absent-mindedly watching the clock. I wondered if she'd seen anything on her stomach when she'd checked. It felt like she was waiting for the feast to start, which made it seem like she had something to declare. Are we going straight to the feast? No. When Kanzo-san returned, and declared the start of the feast, I felt like there would be trouble. No one was against it when he said it, but it turned out that the trouble was just delayed.
もういいんじゃねえか、おやっさん。
Takumi-san said that instead of drinking from the cup.
こんなことをやんなくてもよ、狼は人を殺す気はねえだろ。
Of course he would be the one to suggest that.
君はそこまで楽天的かね。事態は全く予断を許さぬ状況だ。
Kyonosuke takes it a lot more seriously than before.
何がだよ。
昨晩はたまたま雲が指定したものを狼が襲おうとしたから守られただけだ。
That's what I thought. That was exactly it. Yasunaga-kun, Haru-chan, and Tae-chan had turned hostile last time. It was best to assume that those with the wolf's blessing would accept it and begin the murders. Yeah.
自分を除けば雲が加護を使う対象として選べるのは14人。14分の1は100分率にして 7% 程度。その行幸に感謝しつつ、昨日進め損ねた宴による狼べらしを進めるべきではないのかね。
But there's still no one suspicious. So that's the problem.
お前、狼にされた連中が仕事を拒否した確率が 7% より低いっていうのかよ。
ああ、0% だと思っているね。
Something changed about him. Is he the badger that now is acting differently because he takes it a lot more seriously than before?
お前、やっぱ何か知ってんじゃないのか。今何が起きてんのかよ。ん？
それは知らんが。
じゃあなんでそんなことが言い切れんだ。
そんなに事態を甘く見ていないというだけだがね。
いいか、人間ってのは何もなきゃ平和な生き物なんだ。
性善説かね。
なんだか知らねえが、平和ってのはな、乱したら危険だから保たれんだ。守ってる限り大多数が安全だ。
I wonder if we were going to hang someone this time. I'm surely we have to.
現に昨日の宴じゃ誰もくくられなかっただろうが、あん時にもあの場には狼がいたんだろ。
それは希望的観測だと言うんだ。単に票を集め損ねて失敗しただけかもしれんだろうが。
おっちゃんを守ろうとして票を散らしたのかもしれないしね。
Your internet wants to stop working, then bit it up. But I appreciate you sticking around even with your shit internet. Everyone stared at Mochi in surprise.
どういうこと？
いや、僕とやっすんと香りママがおっちゃんに入れた後、誰も入れなかったじゃん。あと1票くらいは入りそうなもんなのに入んなかったよね。となると狼がかばい合ったのかもしれないじゃん。
じゃあそれより下に狼が？
It is likely.
待ってよモッチ、私が狼だって言うの？いやいや、僕は単におっちゃんに突っかかりたかっただけだ。ごめん。
Mochi had reached the same conclusion I had. I couldn't tell if he was that sharp or it was just so simple anyone could figure it out.
鹿持ちのうかつな発言を真に受けないでいただきたいがね。そんな可能性があるのも確か。楽観視はすべきではない。
だったら人が死んでもねえのに人を殺すってのかてめえは。
もう死んでるって言ってるでしょ。
Mamiya-san's sudden shouts attracted everyone's attention.
なんなの？あなたの中では橋本さんは人間扱いじゃないの？
うるせえな。ありゃ確かにひどい事件だったが、俺らの中の誰かが殺したわけじゃないだろうが。
どうしてそう言い切れるのよ。
狼の殺しと汚れは違うって言ってんだろうが。
Oh, he understands.
匠兄ちゃん、 ちょっといい？
なんだよちえみ。
私もさ、人を殺したいなんて思ってないけど、でもちょっと心配はあるんだよ。神内様の掟に従う限り、私たちが狼に対抗するには宴でくくるしかないって。その手段を放棄してしまったら、私たち全滅するしかないんじゃないかって。
いや、だからな。
だからその手段を放棄させようとする人こそが狼だって、そう思い出す人が出てくるかもしれない。
Alright, Painter. I know he's not a wolf. Takumi-san looked around and noticed the chill in the air about him. He noticed that a certain worry had begun mixing with a certain suspicion.
肝臓じいちゃん、
今日はくくる。さもなくば狼の味方よ。
ちえみも殺したくないんだけど。
雨が匠は甘すぎる。
ほら、こういう向きもあるってこと。
じゃあどうするってんだ。昨日決まらなかったもんが今日決まるのかよ。
昨日とは違えだろ匠に。外の姉ちゃんとイカれ野郎が言うことがあるはずだ。
Ah, yeah, we had to make ourselves useful to prove that, to say that they shouldn't kill us. And the lady also checked if she has a guardian.
そうですね。彼らの言い分を聞いて、それでもみんなが殺人を拒否するなら、もう仕方ない話だ。ですね、肝臓さん。
そんなことは起きん。
じゃあいい。じゃあとにかく言ってみろよ。それがなきゃ何も始まらないっつうの。
じゃあ私が話します。
Oh no, if you have the guardian, maybe you don't say it.
私は蛇の加護者だった。
Okay. Huh?
本当ですか？昨日調べたらちゃんと印があったって言うんですか？
ええ、そうよ。だからきちんと蛇の加護で一人の正体を調べたわよ。
There was no way.
しかし、だからといって今明かすのは危険ではないのかね。蛇の加護は極めて重要な。
Sas.
それを踏まえても開示するべき結果が得られたので話してるんですよ。山脇多江さんは狼よ。
The mood of the fist suddenly did a complete 180. Okay, if she's a wolf, if she found out that she's a wolf, then us, a real snake, would have to reveal themselves. And that would be good for wolf. So even if she is a wolf, and even if we did prove that she is a wolf and we killed her, there are still two wolves that then would target the snake, but then the spider would protect us. So, but they would still know for the future, so, you know, and they would know that I would be protected. So they could go for someone like Kanzo or something. They would force protection on us to kill someone else. You're too weak, Painter. You have to train more.
こやつは狼よ。あんたが狼だって言ってるのよ。こっちは。
They screamed and were about to charge at each other. The others had to hold them back.
ばあちゃん、やめろ。誰もばあちゃんを疑ったりはしねえ。
間宮さんやめてよ。これじゃ助かる者も助かれない。
A strange fervor filled the small hall. I was getting really uncomfortable here.
他に蛇の加護を名乗る方はおられませんか？
何を言うのよ。
叫ばないでください。あなたは本物かもしれないけど、だったら冷静にしてればいいんだ。僕らが間宮さんを信じるには、他に蛇の加護者が名乗り出ないことが条件になる。いませんか、蛇は。
What was my best option here? Since I was the real snake, she was definitely a fake who was clearly talking with ill intent. That meant I had to out myself. Or she's the badger, actually. She's taking the fall for the wolves. Probably. I'm guessing. Otherwise, she would take control of the situation. That was the right thing to do. The right way to go about it. I knew that well. But I couldn't help but feel that I was in an extremely difficult situation here. Okay, another one. Don't reveal, I say. I didn't find it reasonable whatsoever, but I decided to keep it quiet. I don't know, Painter. Should you? Generally, I don't think it's a good idea to message people out of the blue. So make sure they want to roleplay first. I don't know. Shoot your shot? I have no idea. I don't know the situation exactly. Who are they?
それじゃあ間宮久子さんが本物の蛇だと仮定して進めますが。
家庭って何よ。
あなたを疑う理由があるとすれば、さっき知恵姉が言ったようにその喧嘩腰ですよ。間宮さんはずっと冷静だったじゃないですか。一体どうしたんです？
こんな状況で冷静になれる？朝起きたら腹に血で文字が書いてあるのよ。どう考えても怪奇現象でしょ。しかもそれでこうして完全に善人面してる人がいるって知ったのよ。冷静になれるわけないでしょ。
この大嘘つきが、これだから若いもんは町のもんは。
What did the others think about this exchange?
そうよ、さっきから言ってるでしょ。
バーバー、ちゃんとまともに返事しろよ。てめえは狼なんですか？
義継、このバカが、もうダメじゃ。若いもんはみんな読み人じゃ。
That tells me that she isn't probably the wolf because she's acting calm. She's not acting calm, and when she was helping the wolves and was the wolf, she was pretty good about maintaining composure.
分かった、もういいぜ。
耐えば、そんなん言わないでよ。よし君も何煽ってるの？
昨日俺はこのババアに一票入れられてもうちょいで死にそうだったんだぜ。そりゃ怪しいだろうがよ。
義継、お前いい加減にしろよ。つうかあんたもいきなり何なんだ。そんなばあ様捕まえて金切り声でよ。
あなたにはわからないわよ。
ああ、こんな
くそったれ。おい、ちょっといいか。全員冷静になれ。狭いところだができるだけ離れてしばらく黙って頭冷やすぞ。いいな、おやっさん。
Alma and Makishima looked around the circle. That was enough to bring absolute silence to the room. However, that made certain negative emotions stand out. They came out as throat clearing, tongue clicking, or sighs, among other things. Still, the silence helped people cool off, or at least it helped me. For better or worse, I knew for certain that she was a fake. And right now I had to act accordingly. But I didn't really know that entailed. To declare that she was a fake snake had to declare I was the real one. However, that meant making myself a target for the wolves. What would I do then? There would be the two possible snakes, Hisako, Mamiya, and I doubted that we would be hanged right then and there. They'd probably have us investigate someone and see who was telling the truth. But I would probably be killed during that process. Oh, the Yomi team was using Mamiya-san as bait to draw out the real snake. That's what I thought as well. That was the most likely scenario, however. This felt kinda unnatural though. Why did Mamiya-san claim the role? She was an outsider who had no affinity for the old stories or loyalty for the village. Drawing attention to herself like that was dangerous move. It was even worse for her since she'd come out as a snake before anyone died, meaning there was absolutely no chance the real snake was out of the game. Then, perhaps it meant that.
もう映画
She was the badger, right? I think. After 30 minutes, Kanzo-san resumed the feast.
上松のもう今日取れ
カンちゃん、私は人よ。
狼ですよ。
あんたはまた。
肝臓さん、表を取る前にもう一つ確認しておかないといけないことがある。
ん
夫妻師春明さんの今日開示するといった情報の内容です。
So he remembered. However, I decided not to reveal that I was the snake this time. It might have helped the humans, but I felt I had to keep it hidden to ensure my own survival. Thus, I had to think of some nonsense. We were given a lot of time though, so I already had more than enough ready.
まず残念ながら僕はここで明かすだけで自分の潔白を証明できるような情報をまだ持ってません。その点僕は間宮さんよりも場に貢献できないこととなった。そのことはお詫びしたいと思います。
それは何の過去も持っていないという意味だと考えてよろしいかね。
当然のご判断かと。
はっきり言え。
僕には特別な力はありません。
With those words, I was also a liar.
僕を生かしてもらえるならできる限りのことを皆さんのためにします。
そりゃあ昨日も聞いた。
Unlike the first time, Kanzo-san seemed kinda interested in what I had to say. Of course, he'd probably throw me out the moment he felt I overstepped myself.
僕は戦略を提示できます。というと、タエさんも間宮さんもくくらない。
あ？
もし山脇タエさんが狼の一員だったとして、おそらくはその陰謀の中心人物ではないと思うんです。
じゃから私は違う言うて。
仮の話です。一方で、もし間宮さんが蛇じゃなかったとすれば。
ヘビに決まってるでしょ。他に誰も出なかったんだから。
ここで皆さんに確認したいんですが、このゲーム、失礼、読み意味の宴で狼が能動的に生き残るにはカゴ持ちを詐称するしかないですよね。
This game, sorry, I'm in the feast.
その通りです。狼は基本的に受動的に疑われないことを期待して動くでしょうが、それだと蛇にいつかは引っかかる。それで疑われた時に自分は人だと喧伝しても効果はありません。その瞬間に何か他の加護者を名乗ってもとても嘘くさい。だから適当な時に自分から加護者を名乗るのが有効。先に名乗ってしまえば後から誰かが名乗ったとしても逆にそっちが嘘くさくなりますからね。
あなた何を根拠に。
客観的な話ですよ。だからこの場で間宮さんが確定で蛇だってことにはならない。仮に間宮さんが偽物で狼だとしたら、すでにあなたは他の2人から切られてるってことになりますし。
待って、勝手に話を進めないで。どういうことなのよ、いきなり。
Damn, she really turned bitchy after a night's sleep.
あなたが前面に出たということは、あなたが場をかき乱している間に他の狼が手を進めるという作戦。おそらく その作戦を考えた人はあなたじゃないし、もっと注意深く潜伏しているはず。だからあなたが場を乱そうとするのを無視できれば、あなたの脅威は潜伏してる他の狼ほど大きくない。
そんなことくだらない。私は本物のヘビなんだから。
なんだ、お姉ちゃんが狼で決まりじゃん。
Huh?
モッチー、何か気づいたのか？
いやだって今のやっすんの話への反応さ、多分お姉ちゃん自分の立場に気づいてなかったから食いついたんでしょ今。
This kid can read people.
自分が狼じゃないならそもそも聞かなくたっていい話だしな。
この状況で適当に聞き流していい話なんてあるわけないでしょ。
もっち、どうしたのよいきなり。だってそう思ったしさ。でもやっすんの意見には賛成かな。お姉ちゃんは泳がせればよし。
あのねもっち、あんまり適当なことばっか言ってると君まで疑われるよ。
まあ桔梗の振る舞いだしな。しょうがないよね。
じゃあ自分のためじゃなく人のためにもうちょっと考えて喋りな。間宮さんがくくられることになったら今のモッチーの言葉のせいにもなるのよ。
プップー、怒られた。
で、匠兄ちゃんの誰もくくらないって方針にはつながるの？タイばあちゃんも間宮さんもくくらないならさ。
それは
That'd be meaningless. If we didn't lower the numbers of suspects, it'd be a waste of the free day the spider gave us.
くくらねえのが本当に俺らのためにならねえってなら、俺は一つ言っとく。俺はばあちゃんを信じてる。たとえ狼の役にされたとしても。
That's naive. We know that's not to be true. Well, that just wasn't true, yeah.
だから俺はばあちゃんを守る。
あんたはほんまにええ子ね。
ちなみに何も言ってない香織さんはどうなんだ？まあいいや。じいさんは
狼が来る。
こっちもいいや。おやっさんどうする？
タエバーと記者は両方くくる。
Huh? For a moment we were so dumbfounded that the room was filled with utter silence.
なんでなんだよおやっさん。
狼はくくらねばならん。
それはそうかもしれねえが、片方は狼じゃねえんだぞ。
確実にするために犠牲を払う。昔から皆そうやってきた。
He then got up, which made him seem larger than usual.
タエバー、覚悟してくれ。わしはあんたを60年見てきた。あんたが一番安水を吸い取る。
This guy is ruthless.
安水のために気張ってくれんか。
His voice was as blunt as always, not changing his expression at all. He pushed an old acquaintance into what could be her death. It didn't matter to him if the person was friend or family. He had his own line of thinking and clearly knew what had to be done. Friend or outsider meant nothing in the face of this situation. There was no room for hesitation or mercy.
あんたと匠が骨拾うてくれるんね。
And his kind of madness was shared by everyone in Yasumizu.
ばあちゃん、そんな嫌だよ。
匠、あたしは狼様じゃない。あんたが信じてくれるんなら、票はあの女に入れとくれ。その上で、あたしがくくられても、それは親内様の天命よね。
それじゃあ、植松の。
はい。
今日の票を取る。
The Sengoku was looking at the floor with a pale visage. I probably didn't look at all that different from him. The silent alliance he and I had made was crushed by Kanzo-san. It was a moment of defeat for us. The old man's words quickly ended the battle between reason and tradition. Was there any way for us to resist it? Like yesterday, the voting began with the old wolf guy.
我が狼なんかおお
He acted the same as before, but the one he pointed at this time wasn't me, but Tae-san.
いい加減なことを
He's just a troll. Maybe he's the wolf. Did he even understand the situation?
記者の女に入れる。
Of course he would.
私も同じよ。
間宮さんですか？
そうよ。
俺はあんただ、記者の姉ちゃん。
ええ、そうでしょうね。
The votes so far were about what you'd expect.
次だ。香織さん。
Her position in all this was strange. Though she was an adult, she tended to listen to Yasunaka-kun and ask for his opinion often. I had no idea who she would vote for, but I soon found out. I never could have guessed it.
室匠さんに一票を。
Wow, that's a twist. Naturally, that shocked everyone.
なんでだ、香織さん。
私には難しいことは分かりませんが、いざとなれば最も疑いたくない方も疑わざるを得ない時だとは。
We know he's human.
だからそのつもりで票を投じると決めました。匠さんにもそれを分かってもらいたいから。
Ah, so she basically throws away her vote.
じゃあ、俺が別に狼じゃないと思ってるけど、俺の目を覚ますために票を使ったっていうのかよ。
あなたが狼じゃないって証拠はないし、私にはあなたが果たすべきことをしていないように思えるの。匠さん。
俺が果たすべきこと？
What? There's no proof that you aren't a wolf, and I don't believe you are doing what you must. So, in her view, he's not doing something he should be doing. Alright. Right. Okay.
なんだよそれ。意味がわからん。
Hori-san didn't change her vote, and Takumi-san ended up actually getting one.
私か。難しいな。
Next up was Kyonosuke, who had little presents today.
どうにせよ、2名ともくくることには合理性はあるが、実際のところ、蛇を自称する彼女を軽んじすぎではないかね。私は、室に投票した。
Interesting.
てめえもか。
So he's just a vote for people that don't want to vote, and he will end up hanging.
山脇老人に投票すれば貴様はもっと怒るだろう。それに私は彼に対する評価を少し改めた。
僕ですか？
ああ、それ以上は言うことはないがね。
Did he realize?
僕は昨日と同様に野里さんに投票します。野里さんを選ぶ積極的理由は昨日のままですが、僕はもう少し間宮さんの言動に注目をしたい。ちなみにどうしてタイさんを蛇の加護の対象にしたんですか？
どうしたらいいかわからなかったから名前は適当に書いたわよ。
適当に選んでタイバーですか？まあわかりました。僕は以上です。
何なのよ一体。
僕はおっちゃんに1票追加。
またか貴様。
What are those votes? They are all over the place again.
本当はね、間宮のお姉ちゃんが狼だと僕は思うんだけど、やっすんがもうちょっと見たいって言うなら僕はそれでもいいかな。
もっち、ありがとう。
俺は意見を変えねえ。そこのクソババアに1票だ。
この汚れもんが。
次私か。
Hmm.
ごめん間宮さん、あなたに投票するわ。
なんで？私は蛇なのよ。
だってあなたそんな人じゃなかったもの。いきなり変わったもの。でももしかしたら春明さんが言ってた無地なかもしれない。
Yeah, that's what I thought. Her words caused a stir, but not a big one. They didn't seem to understand. The badger talk from yesterday didn't stay in their minds, it seemed.
もしそうなら言ってほしい。ムジナだって人なんだから死ななくていいはずでしょ。
そんなんじゃない。私は蛇よ。
ちえみ、
匠兄ちゃん、私別に匠兄ちゃんの味方のつもりじゃない。タイばあちゃんに投票しようか迷ったもの。
じいちゃん、あんたもね。
なんでだよ。
だってこんなのどっちも味方できないよ。匠兄ちゃんも本当は分かってるはずでしょ。タイばあちゃんが好きだからってそれだけを理由にして間宮さんを殺そうとするなんて、そんなの匠兄ちゃんらしくないよ。
That's probably what MILF was insinuating. Kaori-san.
私はただ匠兄ちゃんも一緒に悩んでくれるって勝手に期待しただけ。勝手でごめんばあちゃん。間宮さんも恨まれても仕方ないって思ってる。ちえみからは以上だよ。
次、春。
じゃあ私も野里さんにする。
なぜついでの感覚で私がこう毎回危ない目に遭わねばならんのかね。
You sure had an unfortunate roll this time.
次植松さんだけど。
山脇様に投票いたします。
植松様。
蛇の加護者を名乗られる方を無下に申し訳ありません。もし間宮様の加護が本物でなかったらその報いは必ず果たしますから。
ええですよ。わかります。
メイコどうする？
おばあちゃん。
ガキにも嫌われてやる。
皿長の子に嫌われてようが知らん。
春明様は
What was I supposed to do? Mamiya-san was tied with Tae-san at 4 votes. While Kinosuke she had 3 and Takumi-san had 2. I mean, we were not going to go for tie again because it's not going to work. Most likely. It was Mamiya-san's turn right after mine. She definitely voted for Tae-san, meaning that she effectively had 5 votes. So, if I voted for Mamiya-san, I would bring it to a final vote, but if I voted for Tae-san, she would definitely be hanged. Were those my only choices here? Would a vote condemning someone to death really be meaningful? A vote for Kyonosuke Shiu was bound to be pointless. I couldn't use it as a message of any kind, and it wouldn't be a good way to repay him for avoiding picking me. What if I voted for that guy over there though? For Takumi. We cannot for the old lady. That's interesting that we don't have the choice. I see that you sent a headpad painter, but it didn't work. Well, thank you for the headpad, but it doesn't seem like it activated for some reason. Are you paying attention? Who would you vote for? Ah, you're sleepy. That's fine, that's fine. So, wait again. Takumi had two. I don't know, I will just save again. Not that I really have to, but let's still do it. Let's. I mean, if we vote for Takumi, old lady will die. If we vote for Hisako, it's 50-50 and they're going to do votes again. Let's vote for her and see what happens, I guess. I should leave this up to a final vote. Though I wanted to see what Mamiya-san would do if I was between someone I knew was a human and a wolf. It was the wolf who should die. I explained my reasons to Mamiya-san. I suspected Mamiya-san through a fit practically foaming at the mouth and voted for Tae-san. Interesting. Because we could choose either one, they probably didn't want to record those lines. Now we were in the final vote.
お前ババア記者の女に
ああ変わらず間宮に
お二人から選ぶならええ間宮さんに投票します。
そうだな。どちらが怪しいというならば間宮女子の方だが、ここはあえて泳がせる意味で山脇さんに一票。
It was 2-3 with Mamiya-san in the lead. No, it was up to the village youth.
野里さんがかばうような動きをしたのがひどく気になります。間宮さんに一票。
No, he changed his vote to 4.
やっすんそうするのか。僕はタエバーに入れとこ。お姉ちゃんが明日なんて言うのか気になるから。
ババアより怪しい記者の女に。
Oh, he changed votes as well. 3-5.
タエばあちゃんにブチギレたってだけならどっちも怪しいってば。
4-5.
私は間宮さんかな。
4-6.
私は蛇の加護者を名乗る方を。
Yeah. You're speaking too slow. 5-6.
次回しか選べないの？じゃあおばあちゃん。
6-6. Did Mako even have a clear target? Everyone's eyes were focused on me. My vote would decide it all. Like an outsider, just like her, I could sympathize deeply with Mamiya-san. Her stories were very interesting. She was pretty, and if it weren't for all this, I could see myself getting on pretty well with her. Much more than Tae-san, sad as it was to say. However, the rationality of the face of the Yomi Purge did not allow me to choose her.
間宮さんに投票します。
Oh, this time we didn't have a choice. And then it happened. Mamiya-san darted off with a scream as she made a break for the exit, nearly tripping on her own feet.
待ててめえ
Wow.
縄持ってこいはよ
お待ちを。
やめろやめろ。
How would I feel in Mamiya-san's shoes? She'd been bound and gagged, having her freedom and rights to speech stolen from her. To her she was a foreign who'd been hunted down and cornered by a community rooted in strange traditions. An absurdly irrational ending where she'd been punished for the rules she didn't agree with one bit. Were it not for the looping and my past knowledge, I'd probably be thinking along the same lines. Yeah, it brings back PTSD I don't have. It is traumatic to imagine what they are doing to Mamiya-san. But from the way she was acting, it didn't look like she'd come up with the idea to play a fake snake on her own. Had the other wolves pressured her into it? In that case, there were wolves among us who'd driven her to her death and were playing dumb. Shinnei-san's guardians are... We passed through the mist and walked towards the graveyard. 5 prepare for the feast when the evening's mists arrive. Everyone's singing prayers to Shinnei. Shinnei-san's guardians are... I couldn't tell who had started it or when they did so. Hey, death of the damned Yomibito is the mandate. Then sobbing mixed with singing made it seem like an old funeral, but it was actually an execution. Painfully slow we walked through the path leading to the cliff next to Saranaga. I was already used to this thanks to all the cleanups. Everyone dragged Hisako Mamiya, bound head to toe along with them. 7, the corruption Yomibito rise to oppose the mountain. Before I knew it, even I had joined the singing, creating a perfect unity in the group. We're doing good, we're singing along. It's fun. We're starting a core. Eventually we reached our destination. It was downhill beyond the trees, wet with dew and grass field covered in stone, marking the lives of those who used to live here. Strangely enough, the aged pine tree right at the end could be seen easily despite the mist. As we stopped, so did the song and emotion. Mamiya-san struggled against her bonds to the bitter end, but was unable to escape them. And so Kanzo-san tied to the rope around her neck and threw her down into the misty valley. Right after she landed, we heard a disturbing crunching noise instead of a death wail. Her cervical vertebrae had been damaged when she'd been hung, so her death had practically been instant. I hope she hadn't suffered long at least. All I felt was pity fringing on helplessness towards a fellow outsider who'd been caught up in all this. After our hours, we all returned to the dining hall where Kori-san and I served a late lunch while time passed by. Everyone tried to act as normal as possible. They tried to convince themselves that Mamiya-san shouldn't have been in Yasumizu in the first place, so her absence was only natural. However, it was clear that they felt guilty for committing murder. Killing someone no one liked and talking as though none of it had ever happened was a horrible group mentality. But that was the truth of the Feast of Yummy Parch. For a group brought together to kill the wolves, to not actually hunt them down and kill them was madness bordering on suicidal. So it was what it was. We had to kill her, simple as that.
あまり気にすんな。
Because Sam comforted me. I must have looked guilty.
そうだね。春秋さんはたまたま選ぶのが最後になっただけ。あの状況でどっちを選んでも仕方ないって。みんなで選んだんだから。
じいちゃんは私に入れた。
うん。ごめん。でも本当にどっちも選べなかったんだ。ごめん、タイバーちゃん。許してもらえなくても仕方ないけど。
ええよね。それが宴よ。
宴よ。Reconciliation. Normally that'd be cause for celebration. But what would happen tomorrow? Anyway, I'd thrown away my chance to reveal I was the snake and chose to keep it hidden. So long as I had to avoid fatal situation and keep hiding my identity until a more favorable opportunity presented itself. But when would that be? When would a better opportunity than this feast occur? Was there anyone I trusted who I could share my secrets, meet with, and take on the feast with all in one day? That seemed like my only option. I grappled with the feast, those unsatisfied thoughts as dinner ended and I returned to my hut. We're blazing through those days now. Murder Lily didn't pay. Even in this situation, even when I could loop. Actually, no, it was because I could loop that I could keep those memories of being a murderer and move on to the next time if I screwed up. I took her life. I would take this extremely revealing and terrifying taste of omnipotence with me to the grave. It didn't feel good to know I could be bound by my experience. I remember those thoughts running through my head as I absent-mindedly wrote someone's name down and put it in under my pillow. And then I lost consciousness. Oh, I think we're going to die. And then I never woke up. Ah, so it was a short one. Who could have killed us? Wolves for sure, they must have figured out that we're the real snake because we didn't reveal ourselves. Yes, that makes sense. Wolves put out Mamiya-san to reveal the real snake. Either way, if she died, they would still know that, well, the real snake. We didn't reveal that we are a real snake, but probably something we said was suspicious enough that, okay, he's probably the real snake. Yasu-kun, for example, Yasunaga kinda figured out, or at least something. So that's interesting. Nosato-kun as well. Nosato-kun. Nosato is a grown man. But yeah, we kind of proposed that, yeah, you know, she can lie about being a snake, so yeah, it makes sense. Why had the wolf chosen this point to go after me? I couldn't understand it. I'd even refrained from revealing my guardian to avoid the wrong suspicion. In that case, I must have already been pretty high on the wolf's hit list. And my actions today had crossed some line, or maybe they'd already decided to kill me today, and that had nothing to do with it. I didn't know. It was pointless to think about. There was the Feast of the Yummy Porchoise. No matter how much logic I tried to apply, it could all come crashing down on me on a whim. No, perhaps logic wasn't all that important in the feast. Though I'd already died. I felt like those bitter thoughts continued even after. I don't remember my last moments very well. Before long, my consciousness eroded away and faded like the mist that covered all. No.
そういう夢だったってわけだ。
Okay? Bye bye, Painter. Thank you for coming. Let me check something. Okay. Let's loop. Yeah, we have that. that, right? Now I don't think we have those. What keys do we have? We still don't have key number 3 and 20, okay. And I don't think we still have 16, so we have to get 16 from this route over here. I will actually investigate someone else now. Let's investigate Hisako. I'm anticipating she will be either the badger or a human. Probably a human. Probably all of those are human, that's why this is kind of meaningless choice. I mean, not meaningless because it's valuable information, but still. Oh. Oh. Oh, Kami. She's the wolf, actually. She was the wolf. Didn't expect that. Okay, so I think she didn't know she was the wolf yesterday because she didn't check her stomach. But she checked this day after returning in the evening and she figured out, oh my god. Fuck this. And probably other wolves talked her into it. To survive. Okay, and now we can, I think, skip to the choice that matters. And reveal the guardian this time. No wasn't the time to rely on baseless intuition. If I kept my silence now and tried to come out as the snake later, I couldn't expect my words to hold that much weight, and they would kill us. And now Spider will protect us. It was okay, given the situation, I sure I could get people to believe me over Mamiya-san. At this moment, I became the target of everyone's attention. I felt like they were boring holes in me.
僕がヘビです。
なんですって？
不妻子さんがヘビの加護者を名乗られました。他にはいませんか
？3人名乗り出る可能性はあるのかね？
That would be pretty funny. The old man, for sure, would do it.
ないと思いますが、念のためです。おられませんか？
As expected, no one stepped up.
あなたが狼ね。みんなわかってる？今狼が2人も明らかになってるのよ。
Mamiya-san's outburst was also expected. She spent some time ranting afterwards, but piped down after Kanza-san told her to shut her up.
どっちかが本物だってのは間違いないんだよな。
そう思うけど。ちなみに不妻子さんはヘビとして昨日誰を調べられたんですか？
間宮さんを調べていたんです。
The house stilled with a bit of commotion.
狼だってわけ？
ええ、残念ながら。
聞いた？私が名乗った後に私を名指しで狼呼ばわりって不自然にも程があるでしょ？
Maybe I should have gone with Takumi after all.
やかましいわ。
So it may be...
偽物である以上は
It still may be...
お兄ちゃんが本物よね。
Of course, you don't want to die. But maybe whoever I investigated will make change because it depends who am I accusing. For example, now I'm accusing her of being with a wolf, so it's kinda just pointing at each other.
じゃあなんで最初の一人が記者だったんだよ。もっと大事なやついただろうがよ。
外来者ゆえに立場が悪くなることもあるかと思って。
というか、お姉ちゃん的にもタエバーを選ぶ理由はなかったしな。最初の1回なんてそんなもんじゃない？
The reception to my claim was rather dicey. There were those who believed me and those who doubted me from the start and still did. It didn't feel like I changed anyone's minds.
どうするのよ、これ。
そんなに悲観するところじゃない。少なくとも判断の材料は十分に出てる。差し当たっては
記者と兄ちゃんとタエバーを順番に食う。
He just wants to kill everyone. We already read that.
なんでなんだよ、おやっさん。
狼は。
ちょっと待ってください。証拠はともかく、現状で誰が一番怪しいかは一目瞭然。
人となりで判じるとやられる。
He wasn't exactly wrong. On the other hand, my nature was suspicious, so it felt there was a strong, unbiased doubt towards me. It wasn't fair to base it on double standards, but the people of Yasumizu would just look at me in the same way as Mimiya-san if I complained about that.
牧島勘三さん、質問です。あなたがおっしゃるのは、怪しいものはくくるであって、名乗り出たカゴ者は皆くくるではないわけですよね。さもないと、カゴ者は今後一切名乗り出なくなるはずだ。安全が証明された場合は、くくる必要はありませんよね。
うん。じゃが今は。
そうですね。今は皆怪しいというところかと思います。だからこそ、今怪しい3人はまだくくらなくてもいいはずです。
僕も賛成です。久石さんと間宮さんは、あと何回かカゴを使ってもらうべきだ。
Yasunaga-kun was sure was reliable. He jumped to the conclusion I was going to make ahead of time and told everyone, increasing its credibility more than I could have. Jesus, that was hard. Kanzo-san didn't look satisfied, but it didn't seem he could find solid grounds to argue.
おい、兄貴。結局どうすんだよ。ババアに票入れときゃいいのか？
むしろタエバーにも入れない。それで、今日以降、久石さんと間宮さんには引き続き誰かを選んでもらう。
誰か？調べるものを皆で決めてしまう手もあるかと思うがね。
それも考えたんですが、誰を選ぶかも判断材料にすべきかと。
なるほど。合理的で全員の役に立つ選択をしているか、特定のものを不自然にかばう選択でないか。
そういうことです。皆さんにもう少しわかりやすく説明しますね。明日から久石さんと間宮さんは自分だけで選んだカゴの対象の正体をそれぞれ発表してもらう。それでいつか互いに相矛盾する結果がまた出るはずです。この時に改めて二人のどちらをくくるか決めればいい。例えばタイバーが本当に人だとすれば、タイバーは間宮さんが偽物だとわかるから正しく間宮さんに投票できる。
そうよ。私は分かっておる。
逆にタイバーが狼でも、すでに敵対関係となった間宮さんとは投票でも敵対せざるを得ないわけで、行動を縛ることができる。あえて人側の投票をしてごまかすということができなくなる。そう考えると、タイバーの行動はすでに縛られている。今急いでくくる必要はないんです。
Yeah, makes sense.
それよりは他に行動を縛られてるやつを増やす方が先ってことか。
そう。それでその結果、久石さんと間宮さん、どちらが怪しいか確定した時点で、それまでの結果を総ざらいして、それで必要なら改めてくくればいいんじゃないでしょうか。
今の説明で分かったもんはおるか？
はい。
うん、私も分かった。
このまま手がかりが増えるのを待つってことですよね。そして調べがついていない人から今日くくるものを選ぶ。
I wonder, because we will probably still die after this day. Because we revealed it ourselves.
俺はくくるのはやっぱり反対だ。しかしそれを全員が選ぶってならまだしもヤスの方針で進めたい。
そうですね。私もカゴシを名乗る方を。
しかし早期に狼の数を減らせば心理的な圧迫によってミスを誘発することも。
少なくともボンクラ野郎がブツブツ言ってるってのはいい選択ってことなんじゃねえのか。
I wanted to point out how rude that was, but chose to keep quiet after realizing I was in a position to just speak my mind.
ヤスさん。
もう票を取れ。
Kanza-san probably hadn't changed his mind. But the fact he was letting the vote start meant he wasn't denying going Yasunega's plan was logical. He probably acknowledged that the plan made a certain amount of sense too. He was just too proud to admit it. It wasn't just the players' power relationship and the rationality validity of their action that held influence here. It was also their personalities, preferences and standing. In that respect, politics were a game, and the Feast of the Yomi Porch was politics, meaning the feast was a game of sorts. Anyway, I wouldn't be gathering any votes for this round, and neither would Mamiya-san. No, wait. That wasn't. Wasn't this bad?
票を取らないことを希望するやつは。
Takumi-san raised his own hand. Chiemi hesitated but didn't go for it in the end, leaving him all alone.
わかった。もういい。
上座からくくるもんを言ってけ。
The voting began with no regard for my concerns.
お前
Me again? What a messed up old-timer.
わしは記者の女に入れる。
As expected, he voted for the most suspicious on there.
私はやっぱりあんたに入れる。他のもんはわからんが、あんただけは狼じゃとわかるからね。
You weren't supposed to vote for the last guys.
ええ、どうぞご勝手に。
Mamiya-san seemed to have regained some of her cool, though she already had 2 votes. She probably could tell she wouldn't get much more after this.
俺は昨日と同様、メイコに入れる。
ムロ様、どうかメイコに入れ。
あんたも怪しいが、そうやってかばうのがもっと怪しく見えんだよ。
Calm down. If Meiko got 1 vote, perhaps it would be best to try to lead things in another direction. After all, I knew she was the only one reliable.
私はリカコさんかしら。
また長者への逆びいきかね。その態度は安水のあなた方の身を滅ぼすとこの際注意させていただこう。
I will probably start going faster with skipping dialogue because I think we're going to just die in a moment anyway.
ノサト様、いいのです。
私は不妻子君が怪しいという思いはまだ捨てておらんがね。材料が欲しいのは確かだ。そんなわけで芹沢千恵美に。
なんで私。
Why?
誰の味方かはっきりしないからだ。くくるべきでないと言ってみたり、かと思えば室を突き放してみたり。
そうですね。私は当たり前に迷ってるつもりだったけど、みんなもう当たり前に殺すことを決めてるみたいだ。やっぱ嫌いですわ、こんな狂った村。
But she could actually be a wolf this time around, so we have to keep that in mind. Chiemi's cold words filled the hall with an awkward silence. There was proof there was some people out there who knew they couldn't exactly deny what she'd said. But just as I was wondering how things come to this.
僕は植松さんに、理由は昨日自分に投票するなんて派手なパフォーマンスをされたから。あれは知恵姉の後追いだし、考えなしの失策だと思い。
あれは不自然というだけで。
いいのです。
よくはない。あなたは少し自分の命に対して無責任すぎますぞ、リカコさん。
いいではないですか。
I'm all that's left of the Uematsu, and there are those who wish me dead. No one will miss me. I did it for her. So if I have a chance to throw my life away, I wish to take it.
りっちゃんかっけー。僕はそこまでは言えないや。さて僕の番だけど、おっちゃん出番だよ。かっこよく飛んでくれい。
何が出番だ貴様。
The vote was all over the place. Currently, Mamiya and Rikako san were sitting on the top of with 2 votes each, while Meiko, Chiemi, Kionosuke, Shiona had 1 each. Hello, Pallad, welcome, good to see you, thank you for the headpad. But just when it came to me, it was the yacht's turn to vote.
鴨志田に乗っかるわけじゃねえが、野里のボンクラに1票だ。長者はもうこの場にはいらね
え。私はそこまで言わないけど、投票されたからには逆に入れられても文句は言いませんよね、野里さん。というわけで、ちえみの1票もどうぞ。
貴様。
私も野里さんでいい。あなたは。
Yeah, I had a feeling that they would vote him out now. With a search of 4 consecutive votes, Kionosuke Shi had taken the lead. There were just 4 left, including me.
あくまでそのスタンスですか。今日は死にかねませんよ。
それでも野里様が死んでもよいとは私は思いません。
リカコさん。しかしリカコさんの方がよほど死んでよいわけがあるか。
おじいちゃん。
あ？
牧島様は狼ではないわよ、メイコ。
じゃあ、おじいちゃん。おじいちゃん。
What was up with this vote? Kionosuke Shi had 4 votes, while Rikako-san had 3. My options were to either co-sign Kionosuke Shi to his fight, throw Rikako-san into a danger, or vote for someone else entirely and leave me and Mamiya-san to deal with that dilemma. In other words, leaving it up to a confirmed liar. No, I couldn't. I was confident that I had interpreted Rikako-san's actions correctly. So I...
野里清之助さんに。すみません。僕はあなたが狼だとは思わない。しかし。
Mamiya-san was the other one with 2 votes. Even if I voted for her, there was no way she'd vote for herself, so trying to pit Kionosuke Shi against her would be pointless. However, I knew telling him that wouldn't do him any good.
リカコさんを失うわけにはいかなかった。
I knew those words were probably the last thing he wanted to hear. Still, I couldn't let that excuse, that reason, go unsaid, not when he could understand it too.
そうか。
This made 5 votes. Morally, everyone understood it was the humans who deserved to survive, not the wolves. But in the end, Kionosuke Shi had been unable to prove his life held more meaning than a wolf, and would reveal useful information while still alive.
一応私は植松さんに、理由は行動が不自然だから。
縄持ってこい。
Shinnai-san's guardians are... Okay, is this the same? We go and sing? He didn't even resist. I'm pretty sure that we'll just die in each of those options, no matter what we'll do. Before I knew it, even Mamiya-san and I had joined the singing, creating a perfect unit in the group. Well, yeah, hell yeah, even Mamiya is singing now.
Nosato様、申し訳ありません。私の力及ばず。
リカコさん、いいのですよ。
He gave me a glance.
言ったからには、リカコさんは貴様が守れ。
That was all he said. He takes it very gracefully. I appreciate it. He has my respect.
わかりました。
I didn't actually want to say that. It didn't sound like he simply meant to protect her for the rest of the fist when he said that. But the survivors had the obligations to honor the dead's last wishes.
よろしい。
ああ。あなたに背を押されるならば。
What the fuck? That's weird.
落ちなかれ。
落ちなかれ。
And then Kyosuke Nosato's body fell to the bottom of the mist cliff, and the hanging rope stopped due to the fatal impact. He let out a horrifying death wail. Afterwards, we all returned to the dining hall where Kaori-san and I served a light lunch while time passed by. Everyone tried to act as normal as possible. They tried to convince themselves that Kyosuke shouldn't have been in Yasumizu in the first place, so his absence was only natural. So, the same thing as Mamiya-san. Okay. He's saying the same thing. I chatted away with the others with the thoughts in my mind as certain concern ate away at me. As much as I felt bad about it, I didn't kill Kyosuke. She had made the wrong move in the end. I killed, I think. Ah no, I didn't, okay. Didn't I let someone who should have been parched alive so I could save myself? No, that didn't mean this was a failure. There was a high chance my fears were unfounded. I was overthinking things. I knew I was, but for some reason, I felt the presence of beasts. I couldn't help but feel that.
さあ、なんでとかは僕にはわからん。けどなんかね、匠兄がヘビだって言った時、嫌な感じがしたんだ。今、狼様が笑ったなーって。
Yeah, you can't admit that you're a snake, but also, I mean, what were we supposed to do? We were screwed either way. I felt like I now understood that feeling. Had I fallen right into their trap? Story plagued me all the way through dinner and bedtime. So yeah, and Spider now, even if they want to protect the snake, they don't know which snake is real, so we're going to die. If Hisako Mamiya's false declaration was a suicidal attack meant to weed out the real snake, then there was a chance she'd be coming for me despite knowing she'd be prime suspect for sure the next day. In that case, which of the two snakes would the spider protect? Right now there were two self-proclaimed snakes. Should I have tried to crush Hisako Mamiya even if it meant getting a little too desperate and being suspect by the others as a result? No, it was okay. If I was right about Meiko being the spider and Rikako-san controlling her, then Rikako-san would surely protect me. If it was between Mamiya-san and I, she'd definitely choose me. But I think you're wrong about your assumption. Meiko is the spider. Those words bounced back and forth from lunch, all the way until I drowsily wrote someone's name down and put it under my pillow. And then I lost consciousness. And I never woke up. And then I never woke up. Guess that figures. After all, only the spider themselves knew what they were thinking. The wolves must have aimed their claws at me, taking the risk that the spider hadn't chosen me. And then won their bet, so that was that. I couldn't even tell if that was what I thought when I died. It was all so vague. I lay there in comatose slumber, and it was there my life met its end, and faded into the mist that covered all. No, we don't need hints.
So
Give me access to the chart. Come on. Okay. Now let's investigate Kinaska. Probably a human. Maybe a badger. Hito. So he's a person. Let me try see a few things, alright? Alright. One more thing. Alright. Let's continue. Okay, let's skip to the things that matter. I mean, reveal, don't reveal, they are the same thing, so we have to. No, wasn't time to rely on bracelet, okay?
すみません。僕が不妻子さんが蛇のカゴ車を名乗ないと思いますが、念のためです。
あなたが狼ね。みんなわかってる？今狼が2人も明らかになってるのよ。
どっちかが本
そう野里さんを調べました。
Okay, yeah.
人でした。
確かに私は人だが、だからといって無実が証明できるわけでもなかろう。
狼なら本当のことも言える。
If he were a wolf, he'd just tell the truth.
それは確かですが。
The reception to my claim was rather dicey. Okay.
どうするのよ。
そんなに悲観するところじゃない。
記者と兄ちゃんとタエバーを順番にくくる。
Okay, this is more or less the same.
いや、なんで
狼はくくらねばならん。
ちょっと待ってください。証拠はともかく、現状で誰が一番怪しいかは。
人となりで判じるとやられる。
牧島監、あなたがおっしゃるのは怪しいものはくくるさもないと。
It's more or less the same. I'm waiting for something to change.
今は皆怪しいというところかと思います。だからこそ今怪しい3人はまだくくらなくてもいいはずです。
僕も賛成です。不妻子さんと間宮さんはあと何回かカゴを使ってもらうべきだ。
おい兄貴、
むしろタイバーにも入れない。
誰か。
それも考えたんですが、誰を。
なるほど。 合理的で全員の役に立つ選択をしているか？
そういうことです。明日から夫妻師さんとマミ
Yeah, we heard that everything. I want to check something with the skip button. Does it skip only something we haven't read? Yeah, pre-read only. Okay.
マキシマ様。
おじいちゃん。
Wait. They didn't tell me who. We skipped over who's voting for who. We have to see. Meiko. Sorry for Rikako, same. Oribe for Mamatsu, same. Is this exactly just the same voting? Okay.
さあ、なんでとかは僕にはわからん。けど、匠兄が
Okay, yeah. So it ended exactly the same. Do I have now enough keys? Ten, 11, 12, yeah. So let's see. Yeah, we have to go back to our investigation because it's all, well, always going to end the same way, more or less. Wait. Why don't we have the route mapped out when we hanged Mamiya-san? Never mind. Let's just go back to investigation. Wait, no. I think I misunderstood. Where now? Okay, first time I'm stuck in this game a little bit. Let's try Takumi, I guess. Okay, maybe now we don't reveal ourselves. We had to reveal ourselves first before not revealing. Let's see. It's going to end the same? Probably. Okay, maybe vote for Takumi.
さんに投票します。
I wouldn't seem to have expected my declaration. The room was filled with commotion and I could hear some of them whispering. So we're basically where we started. In the first round. We just changed our vote. It was mostly along the lines of what's he thinking, or I guess we know who we're hanging. This was strange and heavy-handed way to go about this. However, I felt like it could lead me gaining Takumi's favor. I had my doubts though, it was a serious gamble. However, I also had a feeling that if I chose anything else, I wouldn't survive the night. I had to carefully phrase my response here. Sitting on what words to use, I said,
僕はあなたを守りたいと思ってます。
It did show me some confusion, but the more pronounced emotion by far was anger. Pure rage. After all, by not voting for Mamiya-san, I just condemned Toya-san to death.
それは香織さんや千恵美と同じような話かよ。
僕からは以上です。
あ
I couldn't say too much. My goal here was actually just to make him feel like something was up. That was why I had to end this feast with words that stayed in his mind. Well, I probably had to prepare for a punch or two. It was an awkward moment, but I stayed silent.
分かってるでしょうけど、山脇さんに投票するわ。
決まった。
With those words, everyone stood up like it was rehearsed. Hisako-san and I were a bit behind them in that regard. Then I saw the villagers' faces, which seemed different from before. Okay, I think this time we didn't reveal that we are a snake, and we didn't tip off the wolves that we could be a snake.
Hi.
たくみ、タエバーに酒ついで。ばち
ゃん。あんたはちいちゃい頃から気感棒で悪い子じゃったね。ええ思うことはてこでも曲げん子で、でも優しい子で、今と変わらんわいね。それでも大きゅう育って、よしこさんも誇らしかろうね。
俺、ばあちゃんのこと、本当のばあちゃんみたいに思ってた。本当の家族みたい
に。泣きなさんな。親内様のところでまた会えるわよ。
The old lady smiled and drank her sake, then the rope was placed over her shoulders.
しっかりね。
Rikako-san twined the rope around her twice and tied her hands behind her back. It was simple but necessary. The process continued. The dimly lit hall was filled with dark emotions. Lament, chagrin, and gloom was heard in every sob, whimper, and movement. I felt like I was watching a family grieve for an elder dying a peaceful death. I think this is the correct route, because more effort was put into this writing. Hisako Mamiya felt silently mouthed the words, "They're insane." I shared that sentiment wholeheartedly. Shinnei-san's guardians are, okay? Everyone is singing. Eventually we reached our destination. It was so downhill, yeah, you know.
最後に何ぞあるか、タエバ。
No birds could be heard, and the wind was still. Perfect silence surrounded us, and Skanzo-san did the job.
私はよみがえりなんぞせんつもりじゃがね。向こうがどんなところかわからんからね。正直 恐ろしいが、これも安水のためじゃ。仕方ない。あんたは許さんぞ、女。
Her voice was crystal clear and now bore an unmistakable hatred. Nomiya-san remained silent, and everyone, aware of what was about to happen, prepared for the final process.
私たちの信仰の中心はある意味ここ首吊り松の墓所。
I knew this was an important place for them, but I didn't know anything else. However, I did feel like they were acting with absolute precision, like they were meticulously rehearsed action in a stage play. Two of them coiled a rope around the pine's large trunk, leaning out towards the cliff, while another one skillfully made a noose out of the other end. Kanzo-san took it in hand and looped it over Tae-san's neck. It was the first time I'd heard those words. They were probably a final goodbye and a signal. And with that, the old lady's small frame went over the cliff. A second later, the rope went out. At the same time, an inhuman sound came from the mist down below. After a long silence,
さんのお守りはいかがちふましらみがらすよも
Furtakumi. The song was sung again, and it was obvious who started it this time. After repeating the song a dozen or so times, Kanzo-san walked up to the pine and cut the rope with a sickle he had in his hand. Was there a sound of her falling down? If there was, I couldn't hear it. Not saying a word, we all returned to the plaza. Everyone seemed to feel like we'd done something that could not be undone. We'd passed a point of no return. No, that probably wasn't right. The point of no return was passed a long time ago. That just made us realize, and even then, I didn't know if anyone besides Mamiya-san and I felt it. The villagers might have begun feeling like this the very moment the mist came. I thought about that long and hard. It made me feel something like the remorse or powerlessness, both which were unproductive emotions that really dulled your thoughts. The locals, however, seemed to feel differently. They didn't look like they were in a state of emotional numbness, but it seemed to be a result of something other than shock or a sense of loss. It was something more unnatural. They seemed like empty husks. I had a thought once that the real problem wasn't the monster, but this state of being. We returned to the dining hall.
はい、
飯作れ。
承知しました。
皆、食堂におれ。わしは見回ってくる。
おやっさんもいろよ。
ん？
本当は危ないもんなんていねえんだろ。俺ら以外には。
飯時には戻る。
俺も家に戻らせてもらう。
匠。
死なねえよ。何万回歩いたあぜを踏み外して死ぬような真似しねえ。死ぬとしたら、あんたに撃たれた時だ。
With that, as his parting shot, Takumi-san left.
他のものは、おれよ。
And so Kanzo-san left too. He had no intention of playing along. He planned to resolve the feast with his own two hands to the very end. He was even capable of convincing Tae-san to accept death. As long as he was alive, he would continue to command the humans as a strong but harsh leader. However, I felt like I'd seen his staff face crack only a little just now, probably for the first time ever. Though Takumi-san was considered to be the local young leader figure, Kanzo-san seemed to constantly underestimate him, thinking him too soft. The softness in this case was simply common sense and consideration, useful things in another situation. Looking at it from that angle, that supposed softness now seemed conspicuously absent. Tae-san's death had changed something in Takumi-san, and it wasn't yet clear if it was for the better. overcome by awkwardness, we barely talked, simply watching time go by. Had brief chats with Kaori-san and helped her prepare the food. She seemed to be composed and took it very seriously.
肉抜きですかね。
ここには精進の風習はないわ。普通にしましょう。
Every line spoken felt like a secret chat between partners in crime. It felt really weird. I knew full well we'd done something inexcusable. Despite that, I wasn't feeling the normal amount of shock and guilt. Perhaps because the moment Tess-san Yamamaki died was neatly cordoned off from everyday life. The song, the farewell, all of it might have been ways of separating the event from their daily lives. It seemed like know how they had to slightly lower the emotional burden from killing one of them. Did they think it's up naturally or did they remember it?
できたか。
ええ、ただいま。
Soon enough, we gave out the now familiar veggie and shishina soup along with some rice. Oddly enough, everyone still had their appetite. However, since Takumi-san hadn't returned, we ended up eating with one person unaccounted for. And not just him, there was one more empty seat that had been occupied this very morning. Shit, what the hell was this?
ハッサンさ。
It felt like it'd been so long since someone called out to me. The others likely felt the same, which was probably why it attracted some attention.
何かな？
タイバーがいなくなっちゃったじゃん。
What was he getting at? Was he trying to get me to talk about it?
そうだね。残念な結果だった。
残念？ハッサン的にはタイバーを守ろうと思えば守れたよね。
もっちやめなって。春明さんからはタイバーちゃんも間宮さんもどっちが怪しいかは判断つかないんだから。
ああ。だから僕は二人のどちらにも票を入れたくなかった。他に選択肢をなくしたのは僕より上流の人たちだろう。
私たちを除くよ。
だからといって私に入れることはないと思うがね。
いいじゃん。いい票の入れ先として役に立ってるし、みんな今はそこまで疑ってないと思うよ。
He's right. The girl dumping ground for votes.
自分は違うと言いたげだな。うん。
記者のお姉ちゃんとおっちゃん、あとはハッサンあたりが狼じゃないかな。
That's interesting. I wasn't the only one who jumped. Everyone looked at Mochi and I.
参ったな。いろいろ下手を打ったのは認めるけど、君にも信用されてないっていうのは。
ごめん。別に僕は信用とかそういうのはどうでもいいの。ただ狼ってどんな気分かなとか聞きたいな。夜更かしも殺しもやりたい放題。いいな、羨ましいな。
モッチ、その辺にしとこう。間宮さんはまだ偽物だと決まったわけじゃないんだから。
Osnaga didn't stop him because he noticed how strained Mamiya-san's expression was. However, he said that while looking at Kansas-san, making it very clear who was in charge here.
来い。
やだ。
来い。
Mochi tried to ignore him, but the pressure got to him. He slowly got up and walked over to Kansas-san. The old man just slapped the cross-dressing boy. His light body collapsed on the table and the one to soften his fall was.
大丈夫か？
ってじっちゃんの方が大丈夫かい？骨とか。
Those two sure got along well.
いかんの。今さら何言いやがる、猛録じじい。宴のことは宴の外ではせん。皆知っとる。やめ、近持ち。
わかったよ。記者のお姉ちゃん、ハッサン、ごめん。
Yonosuke doesn't get an apology. He didn't have any ill intent, did he? He was probably an eccentric as he was because he was exceptionally observant, but had poor social intelligence.
僕は構わないよ。仕方ないし。
But Had no idea how to help out Mamiya-san. She was so tense she could burst at any moment.
間宮様、私は両方をくくらねばならぬということはないように思います。
植松の
恐れ入りますが、一つ重要なことをお聞きしておりませんでした。
Oh, welcome back, Wooks.
今だけ宴の話をすることを。
How was school? Oh, Jesus, she didn't end. How was school? How was your day?
間宮様、今晩は加護によってどなたを遠見されるおつもりですか？
そんなの私の勝手でしょ。
いいえ、加護は我ら人すべてのために親内様より賜りし者。
あ、そう。じゃあ誰を見れば？
Let me check something. Actually. It's not that far. What do you mean, Wooks?
織部安永様、いかがお思いですか？
僕ですか？僕としては野里さんに対する疑惑をそろそろ外しておく必要があると思うんですが。
私にとってはありがたいがね。
Had a high chance of being both a candidate for ranking and the snake's investigation. So Yasunaga-kun probably wanted him to stop being a safe retreat for votes. However, Mamiya-san was a fake. I was tempted to reveal that, but had to restrain myself.
わかった。じゃあ今日は野里さんを調べるから、雲の人には私を守ってもらいたいんですけど。
いえ、それはまずいです。
なんでよ。
Ah, it isn't that far, alright.
この場で決めてしまうと、狼側が別の人を殺すという判断材料にもなってしまいますから。雲の方はすでに一人を救ってます。それだけでも大した成果ですが、次も任せていいんじゃないでしょうか。
But how was your day? I'm just wondering if you did anything interesting. What did you miss? Oh my god, a lot of dying because we used our power of the snake to see who is the wolf. And Takumi, the big guy, is not the wolf. The rich asshole is not the wolf. Mamiya-san, that is on the screen right now, is the wolf, and she's claiming to be the snake. So she's claiming to have our guardian. But we didn't reveal that, because that would put a spotlight on us. But to live, we had to, you know, trial and error, different choices. Hello, Y! Welcome, welcome.
そうかもね。
植松さん、それだけですか？
はい。出過ぎました、牧島様。
俺はまた出てくる。
肝臓じいちゃん、ずっとここにいたら息が詰まっちゃうよ。なんとかなんない？
ぬよりゃマシよ。
He had a point. The positions our roles were completely different from the last time, but I felt like people would die if we split up.
匠には気をつけ。
You uttered those hard words and walked out.
そうだね。匠兄ちゃん、ばあちゃんがいなくなってだいぶ答えてるみたい。
So how was your day, why?
でけえ図体して軟弱だな。
よしすぐ。お前ちょっと来い。
んだよ、兄貴。
母さん、上を使うよ。
待ちなさい。私も行くから。
え？
うさいしさん、任せていい？
ええ。
Yoribus went upstairs, leaving the dining hall with just two of the students, Kionosuke Shi, the old wolf guard, Chiemi, Rikako-san, Meiko, and Mamiya-san. Just most of the village. Myself included, was 9 people, a few numbers away from the total.
ああ、しんどい。
同感です。
Good to hear that your day was good. What were you up to? Hello, Nana. You're at school. You should probably pay attention, but I'm not your. I mean, I am your mother. I'm your father as well, because you all are my children. So, keep then, Nana. Keep my stream open. But pay attention to the class. Best of both worlds. Not that. That's good, that's good.
いつまでこんなの続くんだろう。
This life was under a video about men catcalling their mothers. I think that's because of the title about raising up the girls, I'm guessing. But well, that's interesting place to find my live stream. The mood softened up and everyone finally began speaking their mind.
ハッサンさ、狼？
違うよ。
じゃあカゴ車？
どうかな。というか、今話すのはダメなんじゃないの？
そんなんお年寄りの言ってることじゃん。実際は丸一日これしててもいいくらいすっごい難題だと思うけどな。
It's amazing, but more importantly, it is true. Like, our protagonist is just shooting his shot at all the girls.
もっち、なんかわかんないの？ん？
彼はそういうの強いの？推理。
どうしよう、もっち。話しかけられた。
いい加減慣れなよ。噛みつかないよ。
どんとこい。
大した話じゃないですけど、もっち、勘がよく当たるから。
残念。僕のクレイジー脳みそコンピューターは霧の中じゃろくに働かないみたいだ。
I feel like he might be a wolf this time.
というか、昨日あんなこと言ったのに大したこと言いませんでしたよね。私、あなたのことまだ疑ってますよ。
OK。疑われるのは仕方ないけど、せめて砕けた喋り方にしてくれないかな。なんかとても冷たい壁を感じるんだ。
だってあなたナンパ男っぽいもん。
I am, but I mean he is, but... So that was the reason, huh? That reminded me that when we first met last time, she assumed I was Chiemi's boyfriend. Was it even possible for her to have a better opinion of me? Getting along with her wouldn't hurt.
誤解はいずれ解くとして、本当は僕もいろいろ言いたかったんだよ。
嘘だ。兄ちゃんにばっか喋らせてさ。おじいちゃんが全部ダメにしちゃったけど。
どうでしょうか。あの時 織部安永様は春明様をかばうようにされていたように思いますが。
It's not a bad thing if you're a playboy, if you respect the people that you're, you know, dating and things like that. As long as you're respectful and truthful, you know, you can sleep around and date a lot. Just don't do it with multiple people at the same time without their consent and knowledge. Oh, she was treading into the dangerous territory with this.
そうなんだよね。やっすんはなぜかハッサンをやたらと信用してるよね。なんなんだろう。
理屈っぽいところは似てると思うよ、やすくんと春明さん。ここじゃ珍しいタイプだし、話せて嬉しいんじゃない？
春明様、議論が盛り上がる相手の方が話していて嬉しいですか？
会話が弾めば何でも楽しいですけどね。
口下手な女はお嫌いですか？
Okay, she is interested in us, but I'm kinda suspicious why. We barely met. And she had hot on us in the first few conversations. Chiemi took longer.
大丈夫です。引き出しますから。
Don't worry, I'm sure I can encourage you to use your mouth. Of course he would say that.
引き出されてしまう。
春明さんって絶対女のトラブルで逃げてきたんでしょ。
ははは、何を証拠に、はははは。
リカコさん、多分この人すっごく悪い男だから深入りはやばいですよ。
Slightly out of pocket. I mean, Rikako-san likes it that way. We already learned that she's a closed pervert. Hey, thank you Amelia Mystic for the follow, I appreciate it. Welcome to the stream.
悪い方。
このスーパー悪女ちえみガールにここは任せて早く逃げて。
Amelia, quick test. 2 plus 2.
「悪い方に憧れたりはしませんか？」
I knew she likes it.
そうきたか。
もっち、あれが大人の女の戦い？大人の女の戦いと言ったらやっぱおっぱいビンタ大会じゃないかな。
Ah yeah, sure. Slap fight with the tits.
詳しく聞かせてくれ。
最低。脱線してないかしら。まあこの状況でちょっとくらい緊張を緩めたい気持ちはわかるけど。
別にまあいいんですけど、何言われても不採しさん怪しいし。
I think my neighbors are banging on the walls or floor. I wonder if you can hear it. Honestly, being seen that way made things easier for me. Hisako was probably relatively certain that I had a guardian. He might have realized that I was planning on revealing it today and presenting them with the info I got. Then I changed my plans after seeing what happened today. That probably made him even more certain about what I was. However, my actions only made sense if you assumed I had a guardian. Otherwise, I was just a scared fool saying whatever I could to survive. That was why Yasunaga-kun took charge of the conversation before I said something important, drawing attention and Kanza-san's ire to himself. Because of that, Haru-chan and Chiemi still thought I was irrelevant, which meant that Yasunaga-kun's plan worked. I can only hope we didn't have any more mochis around here. I didn't want anyone else putting me under a magnifying glass like he did. Rikako-san was only elevating me because, like she said yesterday, she believed I was brought here to save them. It could have been some other feelings she had for me, but whatever the case, she stood up to any negative remarks about me. In a way, my current situation was well balanced.
じっちゃんはさ、狼とかカゴ車とかじゃないのかい？
Okay, Amelia, you're clearly a bot. That's not how human talk.
そっか。
それ、意思疎通できてるの？
全然。だからじっちゃんは面白いのだ。
Okay, wife. Thank you for coming by.
俺も面白い。
今日はなんか結構喋るな、じっちゃん。スケベな話してよ。
スケベスケベ
スケベ
ゲベ
そういうことじゃないでしょ。っていうかやめてよ、下品なのは。そんなこと言って興味あるくせに。知恵姉がアーバンな実録をエッチ話聞かせてあげようか。
その
お詳しく。
Elaborate.
釣れた。案の定ドスケベリカコさんが釣れた。
なんなのですこの牧島春様との扱いの違いは。
いやー、神秘的な美人も生身の女だと知ってちえみさん嬉しいんですよ。ま、そっちじゃ負けませんけどね。
勝負しますか。
Let's try. Oh my Jesus God.
おお、なんか来た。不潔だわ、大人って。
スケベ生き地獄だ。
嫌なら野里屋敷に戻れば？
今外に出られるか？
おっちゃんに撃たれるから？
室にもな。
匠さんがタエさんを失ったショックから暴れると。
当然危惧すべきではないかね。私とて奴とは付き合いが長いが、あれほど思い詰めた顔はそうそう見んよ。牧島王も言ったではないかね。匠に気をつけろと。
So that was what he meant, huh? It's impossible. It was still daytime, but he wasn't here. What was he up to then? And now, how would this affect the negotiations I was planning? Maybe I was close to my limit.
ちょっとムロさんの様子を見に行ってこようかな。
え、一人で出るの危ないって。本当に肝臓じいちゃんに撃たれちゃう。
おそらく牧島肝臓様が気を使って見に行かれると存じます。
おじいちゃんはそんな気遣いしないよ。
はるちゃんいっつもそう言うね。はるちゃんのじっちゃんははるちゃんをすっごく愛してると思うけどな。
We still don't know why she reacted to his death last time the way she did. Maybe because she by this point was a badger, actually.
どこがよ。宴が始まるまで半年くらいろくに会話もなかったのに。うん。肝臓じいちゃん寡黙だからな。
That intrigued me too, but I had to focus on my attention on Takumi-san. However, if I went and did something about that, I'd probably attract the attention of the wolves. This was difficult. What was I supposed to do here?
ところでやっすんたち遅いね。ちょっと盗み聞きしてくる。
ちょっとやめなって。
だってあの3人が狼だったらさ、密談とかしてたらやばいだろう。
Haru-chan was shocked for a moment, but she really didn't have to be.
安永君は猿なんだからそんなことはないでしょ。
しかり最悪織部安永が偽物であってもその場合牧島王も偽物となる。
そっか。
All three of them simply couldn't have been the wolves, so there was no problem with their secret chat. However,
盗み聞きは良くないが密談も良くない。こうして変な憶測も呼ぶし。
だね。もっち、はるちゃん、呼んどいで。
一人でよくない？いいわよ別に。行きましょう。
yeah, this wasn't a role that could be left to a single person. Secret chats would increase the likelihood of conspiracies and hidden pacts, perhaps resulting in lawless murders like last time. However, at the same time, there was the risk that someone, especially the wolves, could find out about such pacts without the parties knowing. The wolves left their houses at night to kill people, meaning they could have all the secret tags they wanted out in the night mists. We humans could only have secret tags during the day, where we risk being heard by other inhabitants and wolves. Overall, the wolves had a way bigger advantage on the intelligence front. I didn't want to do that. By just meeting up at night, they didn't have to have any chats during the day. In fact, they could just focus on listening. Life couldn't get any better. I don't know. I would argue there are many things that could be better, you know. I could imagine a lot of things that could improve your situation, but I'm not going to state them. If you're happy, then that makes me happy. We could also agree on what roles they would take. Which one would pretend to have a guardian? Which one would side with the humans? Which one would gather info? By dropping on human secret chats, they could gain info without the humans even realizing someone was listening. And that was why people couldn't be allowed to go off to listen to the chats on their own. It would imply they had alternate motives. Chiemi had realized that just now, huh? She sure had some tact. Did she mean that she suspected Mochi though?
匠兄が蛇だって言った時嫌な感じが。今狼様が笑ったなーって。
He certainly had sharp intuition. This reminded me that he'd just asked me a leading question, whether I was a wolf or had a guardian. Did he perhaps realize? Whether he was a human or a wolf, he might have known that I had a guardian. Had Chiemi stopped him from going off on his own because she saw him as dangerous? Perhaps I had to use my snake powers to investigate him. Shit, this was complicated. Upon returning, the early birds were docile expression. But they didn't have anything to say, they just returned to their seats and that was that. I think they came down about the same time as the two students went to pick them up. This was the first time I'd seen him so serious. It made him look a lot like his brother. Large eyes, a straight face, they probably inherited those features from their late father, Higuchi. Couldn't help but wonder what they talked about. Asanaga-kun probably wanted his call to Shitsugo-kun, while Sori-san probably was concerned about how they were holding up. I did think it was important to have a strong will in this situation. An outburst of violence would be quietly silenced, and we couldn't afford to lose potential votes to do that. The feast was built around the premise of killing people through logical deduction, and letting that foundation crumble was not an option. Oh my, he is talking a lot again. Otherwise, we'd quickly be overwhelmed by madness and blind murderers' rage. The only ones who'd benefit from that would be the wolves, who had the upper hand in information.
息が詰まりそうだから何かお出ししましょうね。甘いものでも。
She presented us with something, and I had no idea what.
何ですかこれ。
Anko? Nope. My bowl had something grey and pasty like it in it. It was steaming too.
あ、タッコだ。懐かし
Ako.
い。
Everyone was overjoyed and began digging into the paste with their chopsticks, so I had no reason not to do it too. It looked like Anko and was about as soft. I brought my face closer in. It actually had a good smell, like cubic rice crackers. The steam made it obvious, but it was pretty hot. Sweet too. Above all else though, it smelled good. It reminded me of a berry or a rice grain, basically, tea. It just happened to be sweet.
はったい粉だわ。大麦の粉をいってお湯で練ったのね。
Hello, Jane. I see you're going straight to the point. I like that. In months, I'm assuming. In general, a little over 2 years.
"よそではそう言うんですか?"
ええ。まあ、地方によっていろいろ呼び名はあるけどね。戦前までは広く食べられてたし、今でもスーパーで売ってることあるわよ。
ええ。ここは昔から麦を作って粉にして食べてたってタエ。教わったのよ。昔。
No commented on her correcting herself.
タッコという呼び方は聞いたことがないわね。はったい粉がなまったのかしら。
Even in this situation, Mamiya-san was acting professionally. Though everyone lightened up and made room for some idle talk, no one brought about anything about the feast. No one was in the mood for it either. However, I was sure that just about everyone here had thought the same thing, that Hisako Mamiya was a wolf. She was a bad liar. From what I'd seen during the previous loop, Haru-chan was the same way. However, since she was a bit of an eccentric, no one would notice if she acted a bit unnatural. Mamiya-san, however, was clearly the cool and intelligent type, so the sudden change in her behavior immediately stood out. It didn't seem like it had anything to do with the burden she had as a snake or fear of the nightly attacks. If she had nothing to hide, she would calmly defend her actions and do something to help her survive the night. The first impression was a very important thing. She was lying, everyone thought that, not just me. I wasn't able to get them to accept the badger's existence as fact, so they all should have assumed she was a wolf. On top of that, I was thinking about what she'd do and what I'd do with her tomorrow. Enjoying the simple sweetness, I continued to think all by myself. Time passed, we weren't too hungry, but we had dinner. Raz grew at 5 p.m., then split up. Takumi-san had yet to return.
てめえは、もう帰れよ。
Takumi-san might be dead.
手伝ってくれるのは助かるけど、一応これ僕の仕事なんだよね。
てめえは、もう、帰れよ。
Crap, the bluff from yesterday was too strong. Had absolutely no intention of lying a hand on a widow with teenage sons, but Yoshitsugu-kun was acting like a real knight protecting a princess.
まあ、この子もこう言ってるから。昨日からよくやってくれているし、今日は早めに休んでちょうだい。
それではお言葉に甘えて。
転んで田んぼに落っこちやがれ。
あんたはまた何を失礼なことを。
それではまた。
ええ、また明日。
じゃあな。
Yeah, huh? That made it seem like he didn't see me as a complete enemy. I had no idea what he was thinking. What had they talked about back there? I was a bit curious. I'd probably have to ask Yasunaga-kun to find out. As I walked, to my hut through the dark mist. I ran into the students.
あ、発散だ。今日は早いぞ。
早く済ませて帰ろうよ。
すみません、待たせてもらってました。
何の用かな？
I couldn't sense anyone else hiding in this dense mist, but that didn't mean there was no one there. Also, the only one out of these three I could trust was Yasunaga-kun. I hoped he wasn't about to reveal something dangerous.
一言お礼を言いたかったんです。
お礼？
ええ、昨日義継を止めてくださったんでしょ。さっき本人から聞きました。
Oh my god.
はははは、何のことかな、はははは。
まあ言い方についてはちょっと問題はあると思いますが。
I like his thing like, ha ha ha, I don't know what you're talking about, ha ha ha. I don't know, it's funny.
あの言い分まで伝わったの？
はあ。
岩に頭ぶつけて死ねばいい？
いや、いいですよ。あいつもそこまで言われて頭が冷えたって言ってましたし。
何言ったのよ、一体。
スケベの気配がするぞ。
Anyway, if he knew that much, I didn't have to hide it. Mochi held Haru-chan back while Yasunaga-kun and I continued talking.
なんていうか申し訳ない。とっさに彼が逆上しそうなセリフを他に思いつかなかったんだ。
なるほど。
彼は一本気なのはいいけど、その立ち位置を決めかねてるんだろうね。宴の前も後も。
はい。だからちゃんと考えて決めろって言いたかったんですけど、母さんが。
何かおっしゃったのかい？
まあ、縁起でもない、つまらないことを言ったんですけど。
Omnibus and boring.
義継が頭を冷やす効果はあった。
That sounds significant. It didn't seem like it could get any more detailed.
とりあえず、あの時話してたのはそういう内容だと。
そういうことです。疑わないでくださいね。
So the Kari probably also knows what we said to Yoshitsugu.
そうよ。兄ちゃんが悪いことなんてするわけがないじゃない。むしろあなたの方が怪しいんだからね。まあハッサンから見たら僕もハルちゃんも怪しいと思うよ。
というわけでここまでです。あとすみません、力不足で。
But a grim face, it was the same as the one he made with when his efforts to prevent Tae-san and Mamiya-san from being lynched targets turned out to be in vain.
とんでもない。大人なのに無力なのは僕の方だ。
まあ今現在無力でないのはハルちゃんのじっちゃんくらいだろう。仕方ないさ。
I have to stretch a little bit and fix my posture.
なんかまともっぽいこと言うね。
やっすんとハルちゃんの前だから自重だ。
That makes sense.
じゃあ戻りますけど、房石さんもお気をつけて。
明日死んでたら骨は拾うぞ。
縁起でもない。
I sent them off with a simple goodbye. But one of them refused to leave.
ハルちゃん？
もうやったとは何？
Did you hear it? And why did you have why do you have your PTSD episode? Did you experience looping as well? What? I wonder what she meant by that, but then...
僕がもうやったから。
Did she mean the thing I told Yoshitsugu-kun last night?
はるちゃん、何のこと？
Oh, so Yoshitsugu didn't mention it to his mother or Yasunaga, but he mentioned it to her, or did she overhear it? Yasunaga-kun didn't know? Did Yoshitsugu-kun not mention that part?
ああ、もしかしてはるちゃんは昨日近くで話を聞いてたのかな？
That would explain everything. Rikako-san had done exactly that, and it wouldn't have surprised me if Haru-chan had done the same.
昨日は3人でとっとと戻ったよ。その後一人でなんか聞きに行ったの？
She heard that, anyway. They had no idea what she was talking about. Mochi's words supported my assumption. There was no response. The stack wasn't that big of a deal, but the silence made it feel needlessly tense.
Haru-chan?
Did my voice contain a little too much irritation? I regretted speaking up. But then all of that was blown away.
そうか。落ちてきたか。己、幾度かやり直しておるな。
Okay. She's speaking in the same voice that mysterious figure spoke, you know, with the culty outfit in the doorway once. And I even commented that she looks like Haru. She could be Haru. So I think she has like split personality or something. For a moment, it felt like her mouth displayed a frighteningly maniacal grin.
はるちゃん
The next moment, her expression returned to the usual sullen face.
あれどうかした？
戻ります。行こう、二人。
うん。
待ってくれ。今のは一体。
ハッサン。
The one who stopped me from going after the other two was Mochi.
これはね、僕らだけの秘密だ。多分、宴とは全然関係ない話だから。
It has to do with the feast.
どういうこと？今のハルちゃんの様子が？
そうだ。
昨日もハルちゃんは宴の最中におかしくなったよね。
Yeah, that happened when Rikako-san used the word God.
それ以上は立ち入り禁止。じゃあね、ハッサン。今夜も頑張ってね。
He also left with a bombshell. Your best tonight could only mean that he knew I had a guardian. Who was I supposed to trust? Or rather, who was sane here?
複雑回帰でございます。
Jesus!
あなたも大概複雑回帰かと。
ひどい。
This was my line. I almost screamed that when she popped out.
なんでいるんですか？
昨日のことがあったので心配を。物意味が遅れてはことですから。しかし牧島春様はまだ治っておられなかったのですね。
Hello! Welcome to the stream, Enzo. How are you doing? May I know also how did you find the stream?
まだ治ってない？
はい。かつて牧島春様はご両親が亡くなられた頃、心をお病みになったことがおありで、狼様に疲れたなどというものも出てまいる始末でした。
Just YouTube recommendation day then. I'm glad you decided to join. I was awaiting you. I knew you will show up one day.
狼つき？狐に疲れるとかは聞いたことがありますが、とはいえ、なくもなさそうですね。
Oh Jesus, Jane. No, you cannot. I mean, I timed out you, Jane, because I assume you want to scam me, but if you don't, you can just join my Discord server. There is a link below. And you can argue with me.
Okami様は人に取り付きません。
We assume they possess humans, but they don't. By the way, Enzo, so yeah, I should let you know that My streams are a little bit of a cult, alright? If you're part of the chat, you're part of the religion. So, prepare yourself. Okay, Amelia, thank you for the follow. A lot of Amelias today.
そういう感覚なんです。僕にはちょっとよくわかりません。
Yeah, I'm not sure I understand too.
いえ、どう言いましょう。そうそうあっては困るのです。狼様や他のお守りは神に準ずる存在です。世持つ狼様であってもその格は同様に大きい。
My day is going good.
偉大なる神を下ろすのは相応の儀礼にのっとるべきで、簡単に勝手に取りつかれるようなものではないと。
That was a decent explanation. I could understand that it would be weird for famous gods to just possess someone.
じゃあそれこそ狐や狸の仕業とか？
神内明神に仕えている私たちは孤立病の類から守られていなければおかしいのです。
でも狼様は人と他の眷属の裏切りで殺されてしまって隙ができてしまってるんじゃ。
Alright, Amalia, thank you. I'm now focusing on the game.
それは結局のところわからないのです。
というと？
実のところ狼様が死んでいると伝えているのは安水だけですし。
Maeve, hello, welcome to the stream. No, Amelia, this is visual novel. I play only this and this. This is a linear story, but I keep replaying the same story over and over again, you know, for years and years on. That's the only game I ever play, you know. Other things don't exist to me. This is only this game. Yeah, I'm sure you see. I'm sure you hear sarcasm in my voice. Okay. I'm sure, I'm kinda sure that you guys have not read the rules of the chat, and you should. Okay. Maybe I will come across a throat, but if I'm wrong, let me know, or just leave silent, or leave silently if I'm right. But I kinda know the script, guys. Just so you know, a lot of people come here to offer me stuff, to try to sell me stuff. If you're one of those people, just leave. Right now. If not, we can continue chatting. Just, I'm a bit tired. Exactly what you say to me, Amelia. Mostly, but about other stuff, Amelia, too. Okay, because I want to move on with the game. I don't know if you guys are normal chatters or not. So, I said I'm focusing on the game and I want to focus on it. Let's just say you guys' questions don't seem genuine. Yes, obviously, Amelia, you don't like to pitch here on livestream. You would join my Discord and then pitch me on Discord, right? Yeah, sure. Listen, don't waste your time. I'm not ever buying anything you're selling. So if that's your end goal, you can leave. If not, you're welcome to stay here. I apologize if I'm rude. I'm just tired of people coming in just to sell me things. Okay. Continuing on with the game because I wanted just to. That's the problem, guys. You never know. I can never be too sure who of the new chatters that come to my stream are genuine viewers and who are just, you know, people trying to sell things. So I hate this. Okay.
上藤吉の長者家には安水の者の方が
Yeah, we know that already.
読み人に組みしているとそう伝える話すらございます。
それはそうなんですか?
Why do you act while you don't know how? I mean, he probably should act.
はい。安水の方にはご内密にしていただけますと。
Maria, I'm banning you because you're pissing me off. I said clearly, like the most clear I could be, Amelia, that no, I'm not ever buying anything you're selling. Why are you so stupid? Why do you waste your time? I said no, do not waste your time. Leave if your end goal is to sell me stuff. Jesus. But you're insisting on wasting your own time? I do not understand this stupidity. Sorry. That just was all the normal people that are watching, and that was just incredibly frustrating. I gave them benefit of the doubt, respect, just to talk them, and I graciously, you know, let them live on their own without the ban. But no, they had to pressure and try to sell me something. Even though I said I will never buy anything. That's just like, really, that's not only for me frustrating, I just do not understand the logic. Like, they wanted to waste their own time. Oh my god. Maeve, you already said Heya. Wait a second. I can't say I'm getting distracted because of the Twitch chat.
それは、聞いたらどうなるんですか？
それは、普通に、気分を害されるかと。
Yeah, of course they would. Wouldn't make sense for them to become murderers just cause they heard something like that.
昔、ずーっと昔に、
Yeah.
読み意味の宴についての本当の
Yeah, Taya-san herself said it last time. Just knowing the real story wasn't enough. The knowledge alone didn't motivate the wolves and the badger to kill. Back then, Chiemi was probably just dealing with her own problems, had badly misunderstood her situation. It really did seem like the wolves had a change of heart due to more than simply words. This was good. I could now see a bit more of the overall picture.
Haruaki-sama. Haruaki-sama.
あ、すみません。何でしょうか？
怖い顔をなさっているから、何かまずいことを申したでしょうか？
いえいえ、そんな。すみません。はるちゃんの話でしたね。じゃあ、彼女は一体？
野里のお医者様は、
mental illness.
しかし、上藤吉でも、安水でも。
Okay, I'm going to try skipping a little bit. Too slow.
植松家が汚れ払いを行いまして、その後よくな。
それは家事祈祷のようなものですか？
まあ、そのようなものです。
That made sense. The four families are ruled through the local faith, so cracks in their belief were serious trouble for them. I didn't quite relate to the idea that some beastly possession couldn't happen. But since they brought in the Umatsu to deal with it, it could only mean they wanted to handle it from a religious standpoint. In a way, that was an admission that Haru-chan was an exception in their faith. The family heads had probably wanted to treat it as a problem that had nothing to do with their religion, but that hadn't worked out. Well, if they didn't allow her, healing her, with a change of their environment, this didn't seem like all that unusual. There were stories of beastly possession all over the jam. Mamiya-san probably had tons of them in her head. It did freak me out a bit that it happened here, of all places, but I feel like I had to consider it separate from all other strange phenomena here.
ちなみに、読み人付きという話は出なかったんですか？
それもまた奇妙です。読み人は知性も人徳も備えない牧島春様のご様子はそれとは少し違ってい
But maybe that last time Rikako-san had been declared a Yomibito when something went wrong with her mind. Haru-chan wasn't like that at all.
でも、他に思いつくものがないから、よもつ狼が憑依したという話が生まれた、と？
はい。上藤吉にも 安水の伝承を。話汚れても神は神。かつあのような少々気味の悪いところから。
Okay, I think that's enough.
そして祈祷によって治った。
はい。しまいには軽い汚れによる面倒事であったとみなすこととなったのですが。
I didn't get it completely, but it didn't seem like a big deal. And it ended up a while ago, but now it had come back.
これはね、僕らだけの秘密だ。多分宴とは全然関係ない話だから気にしないで寝ると。
This is our secret, no one else's.
子供たちは牧島春様の症状について心当た
聞いても教えてはくれなさそうですね。
If Mochi wasn't lying, then this had nothing to do with the feast. And that was what I thought too. This was Fujiyoshi's problem, completely independent of the feast. No, that's not true. However,
そうか。落ちてきたか。己、幾度かやり直しておるな。
オチというのはどういう意味なんでしょうか。今日の宴でもその言葉を聞いた気がします。
落ちとは戻ってくる。特に
yeah, I figure.
戻ってくる。
じゃあ、落ちなかれとは生き返るなと。
Rikako-san nodded. Well, that made sense. Yasumizu considered returning from Yomi to be omnibus, so it served as a farewell to the dead here.
そうか。
We just heard it.
落ちてきたか。
My sister will come back.
己、
How?
幾度かやり
How
直
did
して
she
お
know
るな。
that? I was being subjected to some weird death loop, and I was the only one aware of it. This was the only time I couldn't justify it in a purely logical manner. Had she noticed it when she was supposedly possessed? Or was I just overthinking it? Maybe she'd been referring to something else, or was simply spouting random nonsense. Was it possible that something supernatural really had possessed her, and it could tell her what situation was in? I didn't want to believe that, but I would keep it in my mind as possibility. However, not even Rikako-san seemed to know anything about this supernatural entity. Was it completely unrelated to my situation? The feast and Fujiyoshi's legends? No, for sure not. I couldn't afford to overthink things. However, for all I knew, Haru-chan could be the key to unraveling this strange situation. I'd have to keep that in mind. I'd gotten lost in thoughts again, but this time Rikako-san just silently waited until I was done. She too was wearing a profound expression, hanging her head and lost in thoughts.
私たちは無知もうまいな山の民です。知恵は埋もれ、こうして無様に踊るしかない。
こんな状況なら誰だってそうですよ。
春明様はそれ以上は踏み込んでこられないのですね。
それはどういう意味です？前も言いましたが、残念ながら僕には特別な能力などありませんよ。
What? I still will not go any further. I don't understand.
特別な境遇もありませんか？あるいは特別な過去は？いい。何でもいいのです。私は春明様を特別な方だと思いたいのです。
I am.
きっかけはわかりません。あの日墓毛越しに春明様を一目見たその時から。
She did not thought that on the first loop, so
私は不妻子春明様のことばかりを考えております。置き場に頭を打ちつけた私を助けていただいたから、名前を呼んでいただいたから、 理由は考えました。けれどもわかりません。お慕いしております、夫妻子春明様。
God damn, she basically professed her love. So I made her say it.
リカコさん。
いいのです。おっしゃられずとも。私はそのようなことを望めるようなものではございません。それでもお伝えしたのはお伝えしたいことがあったから。
なんでしょ
う。逃げてください。
I can't.
逃げられないでしょ。
I knew that well. I'd believed that I could escape last time and ended up filing to protect anyone.
僕にもわかりますよ。皆さんがこの霧を恐れる理由が。
Thank you, Enzo. Thank you for sticking around. I appreciate you and I will hope to see you again. The next few streams will be, I think, a little bit more exciting, so I hope to see you then. Bye bye.
きっとこの霧からは逃れられない。宴を終わらせなければ霧は晴れない。だから僕は。
言わないでください。私はあなた様から感謝だとか返礼としてのお慰みとかそんなものが欲しいからするのではなく、マロードのお帰りを見送るネアのはしための末裔として、そしてあなた様を慕う一人の女として、春明様には無事に生きていただきたいとそう思うからです。あなた様にはここで死ぬ義理は本当はないはずです。きっとあなた様にも帰る場所は他にある。いいのです。たとえ嘘があっても借りがあっても、この山があなた様に求める犠牲には釣り合う。
She feels like she has an inkling about us. Maybe she doesn't exactly know about the loop, but she knows something is up.
だから私が逃がします。
What? That actually sounded like she knew of a way to escape this place. I wanted to ask about it. I too, even. Despite feeling that way, though.
言わないでください。
Oh, we now change perspective. I refused, and I knew full well what that meant for her.
命がないと知ってもですか？
命がないんですか、僕は。
いえ、ただこんなことを続けていればいつかはきっと。
There's a special scene with music and everything. Are they going to kiss?
リカコさん、他に後ろ暗い隠し事はありませんか？
She stared at me in bewilderment.
あなたは自分の思いや自分自身を投げ打てばきっと誰かを逃がすことはできるということを最初から知っていた。だけどそれを行使するかどうか迷っていたのでしょう。植松家としての義務を放棄して誰か一人を逃がすか、それとも最後まで休みずに残って植松家として振る舞うか。迷った後、あなたなりに理論武装をして僕を逃がすことが立場的に正しく、なおかつ自分の望みであると定義した。僕が無事でありさえすればあなたがどうなっても構わないと僕に納得させるためにね。気に食わないんですよね、そういうのは。
don't want to ruin the scene too much, Mohammed, but I think I'm good with the game. Man, this was fun.
僕はルールは自分で決めたいんですよ。
It was fun, and she was just lovable.
そのすみま。
というわけで、ルールの変更を所望します。そうだな。こんな、もしあなたが、他にもうこんな不愉快な秘密を溜め込まないでいいと言うならば、夫妻師春明は、植松里香子を信じます。
Seriously lovable.
そして、僕は植松里香子のために、あなたは夫妻師春明のために生き残る。
No, I'm not German.
それで、もし生き残ったら、あなたは夫妻師春明に、僕は植松里香子に、何でも好きなことを望んでよい。そんな賭けをしませんか？ほら、こっちの方がずっと楽しそうじゃないですか。
Rikako-san was trembling. Her face was all red, her eyes were full of tears, and her shoulders were shivering.
私は愚かなので、それはつまりその
I wasn't rude enough to force her to say it. Instead of waiting, I just embraced her. Let's go!
あなたを見捨てて逃げることで、あなたみたいな美味しそうな人を逃す真似はしませんよ。もったいない。
She's so small. Almost all lolly.
だから、あなたもしっかり生きてください。さあ、賭けに乗りますか？
I felt her heated breath on me. It seemed to penetrate my shirt.
ダメです。あなたは逃げなくては。
かわいいですね、リカコさん。
So much that I wanted to take her right then and there. Jesus.
この先は後の楽しみにとっておこうかな。
そんな、今。
She comes now.
やっぱり、賭けに勝った時に、リカコさんに望んでもらうことにしましょう。ね、リカコさん。
I turned my embrace a little. He's far stronger man than I am. I wouldn't be able to resist. Eventually, she nodded, sealing the wager.
おやすみなさい。
Now, Mohammed, if you're still here, why did you say for me to stop playing this game exactly? And why are you disgusted by Germans?
ええ、おやすみなさい。
It's a battle, I shouted, and then she responded with, Hua! The filtering continued for a bit, and then we parted ways. Alright. With that out of the way, I had to make sure she kept up her side of things this time. Okay, she's going to die now, or something? No. Who to choose today? I think wolves wouldn't kill her because she's a good dumping ground for votes. And they might be able to just vote her out. The situation was completely unlike yesterday. Takumi-san was in an even more critical position than before. It reminded me of Kaori-san's situation from last time. If he went out of control, the only one who could stop him was probably Kanzo-san. But even then, someone could die. Kionsuke was, as Mochi had pointed out in the feast, a convenient dumping ground for votes. Knowing Kanzo-san's influence, Mamiya-san would definitely become a candidate for a hanging. In fact, it was more or less obvious that she was an enemy by now. On the other hand, we had people in important positions in completely different ways than yesterday. Mochi had a good intuition and used it on me a lot. And Haru-chan, she had a little to do. You're welcome. With the piece, but she might have had a hint or two regarding my looping phenomenon. Investigating her would be completely personal, but I'd already let person die because of my selfishness, so that wouldn't be special. It was pretty messed up, clearly, but so was the situation where a selfless act could prove fatal. Besides them, Kaori-san, the old wolf guy, and Yoshitsugu-kun were still total blanks. Whatever Kaori-san was a wolf or human, she'd be a real danger. If her sons died, she wasn't a good target for the snake. It's the third time, Maeve, that you're saying Heya. Yoshitsugu-kan had a tendency to go wild, but he had little influence over the feast. The old wolf guy was the same as always, an unproductive vote. I couldn't pick them this time. I wouldn't pick them this time. Come to think of it, could I investigate the same person I checked yesterday? It'd probably be pointless, but I was curious. Who did I have to go for? We could investigate Takumi again. That's interesting. Let's just investigate everyone this time. Just to see if we became a badger. Yeah, still a Hito. Still a person. I woke up to yet another day and got the info I wanted as the snake. You could also say the wolves had let me live. Okay, we're just going back immediately because there's no point in doing that. We know Kyonosuke was human, so let's confirm he had not turned into a badger. Yeah, he did not. And now we're going to, who do we have? Okay, we know Hisako is the wolf. No point in doing that. So I think Chikamochi would be useful to know. Haru, I don't think she's the wolf. I don't. She's something else weird. Let's see Chikamochi. I'm feeling he's a wolf. Oh, Kami. Yeah, that's what I thought. I don't know. He was too against us this time, I guess. Truth of the genius. Okay, let's just grab another key then. Because we're not going to replay this anymore. At least I hope so not to do it. Oh no. No, fuck. I'm fumbling. I got confused. And investigate Haru, sure. What's it's going to say? Hito, okay. So Chikamochi and the journalists are the wolves. So we know 2 of the wolves. By the way, canonically, we made right now the decision to kill Haruaki like 10 times. I mean, no, we're going back to Chikamochi to be our decision, but 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 times. Okay. Now, I think I'm going to be ending soon, but let's see who died. Could also say, yeah, wolves. Could I trust that Yasunaga-kun and Mochi were the only ones who suspected me? I could contribute to the human survival by hiding my identity as the snake and gathering information about the others. Yeah, even if Chikamochi was kind of on us, maybe he didn't convince the other wolves and they still had other targets, better targets to go for. Toilet. Is this the game we're playing? Someone says skibidi and the other replies toilet. Is this the greeting in the modern generation? But welcome, Afi, a fixer, Afi. I will call you Afi. Welcome to the stream. I hope you're doing well. However, that had me worried. Would everyone believe that Snake would survive by hiding his identity and revealing himself late into the game? I was particularly worried about Kanzo-san. He hadn't said anything completely wrong so far, but there was a tendency for anyone he cast suspicion on to be dogpiled by others. That seemed intentional on his part, but it seemed like a mistake to me. Yasunaga-kun's attempts at resistance hadn't gone well so far. He didn't have many cards to play yet. Perhaps he believed that I could be one of those cards? Would I be able to act today? Weighing my option, I opened the door and saw Takumi-san. Uh-oh. My surprised gasp quickly became a cry of pain. Knocked backwards, I was thrown back into the hut. Sitting on the floor, I looked up at him. He wasn't saying a thing, his expression was stern, and his eyes seemed to be boiling with hatred. In his left hand, he held a hoe, even that seemed like a lethal weapon when held by a man with such a threatening visage. He was out of control and was clearly in danger. And I was clearly in danger. He still wasn't saying anything. Not because of hesitation, but because he was waiting for my reaction. He would decide what to do based on what I did. Still on the floor, I asked him that.
今朝は2人死んだ。
Two died. His presence wasn't an answer to my question, but it was an important thing nonetheless. He had a death that broke the rule of 1 per day, 1 per night, something commonplace during the previous loop. It happened again. It was more or less certain that one of them was Yoshitsugu Oribe. The boy went wild during the first night last night, and he tried the same this time. So I assumed the other night was all he needed to gather the resolve to go wolf hunting. I don't think so, actually. Instead of answering, though, Takumi-san just took a step forward and closed the door behind him. He crouched down and looked at me in the eyes, but even from that position, he loomed over me.
お前、昨日俺を守るためとか言って俺に投票しただろう。
His voice was scared, but I heard a barely concealed rage in it.
それの意味を俺にも分かるように説明してくれねえかな。
He then rested his right hand on the hoe. I couldn't read his true intention. However, he was definitely in charge here, and a wrong answer could be punished harshly. This was this would be a tough one.
やっぱり、こうなりましたか。
ああ
I had to consider what was on his mind. He was probably planning to beat me up no matter how I responded. However, he did seem to leave some space for consideration in case I gave him a good answer. I was now being tested. In this situation, he could only understand if I provided him with something unexpected. If I could do that, I could get him to agree with me. I'd already planned a response to this. It was both well-rounded and difficult to pull off.
あなたは昨日、自らの考え方を大きく変える分岐点に立った。安水住人は安水住人を殺さない。世代を超えた安水の結束を重視するあなたは、その考えを持ち続けていた。ただし、各世代、各人の言い分を重視するあまり、あなたは確たる方向性を持てずにいた。
I paused for a second. He prodded me with the hoe. It didn't hurt, but it seemed antagonistic. However, he was still giving me a chance to talk.
年配の、特に山脇大さんの言い分を取るなら、読み身の宴という怪奇事件の支配性は絶対で、死者は必ず出る。彼女の語った伝説は、安水という集落が藤吉村の中で孤立した原因でもあるが、同時にアイデンティティでもある。
わかりやすく言う。
狼殺しと復讐の物語のせいで、安水には黄泉への防壁という理不尽な役割が与えられた。しかし、安水に住むことを受け入れ、前向きにそれを捉えるならば、物語はむしろ誇りになる。だから、安水を重視するあなたは、伝承のバカバカしさを指摘しつつも、それを本心では軽視しきれない。
Seem to understand me so far.
一方で、あなたは自分の頭で断りを考えて、何がありそうで、何がなさそうか考えることには、他の方より長けている。だから、都会帰りのちえみちゃんや、頭脳明晰な安永くんの、理性的かつ現代的な考え方というものも理解できる。ただし、彼らの中でも考えは分かれる。冷静に考えて殺人などするわけない。冷静に考えて殺人を避けられるわけない。
Jesus. That's a lot longer explanation than I thought it would be.
あなたはそれらすべてに共感している。だからその中間を取りたいと思うが、それじゃ前にも後ろにも進めない。安水のリーダーとして、世代の仲介役として、向けられている期待に応えられない。そこであなたが取ったのが、安水に対する敵を想定して、優先的に攻撃するという方策だ。幸いにして、敵の候補は複数いた。その筆頭が、不吉な存在である名子、安水の敵対者である四長者のリカ子さん、そして素性不明の僕だ。時点で、素性が明らかながら、よそ者の間宮さんや、長者でありながら、次男坊で何も知らなそうな野里さんを設定して、もちろん、ご自分と関係の深い山脇さんや織部香織さんは優先度を最低に設定している。あなたは要するに、この優先度に従って順番に攻撃しようというだけだ。共感。それが断りに沿ってないとは言いませんよ。隣人が殺人鬼に表変したというより、外敵侵入の方がありそうだ。
I'm not sure about this explanation, Haruaki.
で、昨日の朝まではあなたはその主張を続けていられた。前の晩に誰も死にませんでしたからね。
I'm not sure about this explanation because it's kinda antagonistic and people don't like when others pry into their minds so much, like, oh, you were thinking this, so, well, you know, logically, I read you like a book, and I decided that we need to do this, you know, people don't like that. So I'm not sure if it's going to work.
しかし、昼に、それは根底から崩れた。安水の住人が、よそ者より優先して、安水の重鎮である山脇さんを殺したから。だからあなたは一人閉じこもった。早急に自分の行動指針を立て直す必要があったから。そこであなたは考えたはず。どうやって新たな敵を設定するか。 山脇多江さんの仇をどう判別するか。
My words were cut off when he threw away the hoe and grabbed me by my collar. Being shamed by his powerful fist made it hard to believe, but it wasn't violence just yet.
本当に違うと思っているなら、手を出さずに反論すればいい。あなたは本来、そういう人のはずだ。しかし、あなたは敵を作ることにした。そうなれば、出る答えなんて一つです。タエさんを殺した連中を敵にする。そして、仇とみなして攻撃する。違わないね。いくらカゴ者を名乗っても、間宮さんの態度が怪しいことは明白だ。なのにくくられたのはタエさんだった。だから狼全員がタエさんに投票して票を寄せたに違いない。狼はタエさんへの投票者の中にいるはずだ。あなたはそう考えたはずだ。そして、僕はこう考えた。この時点で、あなたはタエさんを救えなかった罪悪感から、自己犠牲的かつ捨て身の行動に出かねない。汚れ覚悟で、容疑者を皆殺しにするとかね。では僕はどうすべきか。僕は考えた。もし僕が山脇さんに投票していれば、僕は一気に仇中の仇だ。
A lot of words. Not sure if I understand.
メイコは幼い。リカコさんは山脇さんに投票こそしたが、山脇さんはそれを受け入れてしまった。僕は何もない。あなたが暴走して殺しに来るとすれば、僕が一番先だ。だから僕は山脇さんに投票することはできなかった。
それが理由だとでも言う気か。てめえにはもう一つ選択肢があっただろうが。
If you went Bersang and Sterling, I would be the first on your list. That was why I couldn't vote for her, but you did. What? He was right though. Taya-san had already had more votes. I saw the difference clearly and could use my vote to take it to the final vote.
それでも、間宮久子に投票することはできなかった。
なぜだ！てめえもあいつを疑ってるんだろうが！なのに！
What was I to do here? There was no guarantee that no one was listening. It was probably best to assume that someone was. Even if there wasn't, was it a good idea to tell him about my guardian? I didn't have much time to think about this. Takumi-san grabbed the hoe again. I mean, we can trust him, but it doesn't mean that, you know, let's not trust him because it's going to lead us to the death. Probably. I was rotten to the core. I was the type who balked on not trusting others. Loved ones made the right decisions in times of hardship. Help would come when you were in danger, genuinely meaning the sweet nothing you spared for life. If I ask people how they could be so sure about any of those, I'd be treated as cold-hearted for the most part. But trusting others meant taking risk. And the responsibility of those risks would fall on me, not the person I put my trust in. Of course, there was some situation where I had to take risks. A situation where I didn't know if I'd succeeded or not and got conflicting advice from others. And I could avoid a situation like that, but if I had no choice, how would I choose whose opinion to go with? That was obvious by viewing them with an objective level of trust, by ignoring subjective impressions and basing it on past data and the advice with a valid chance of success. Wasn't it crazy to trust others based on character or blood ties? Those who made choices based on how long they'd known someone or familiar bonds could do what they pleased. I'd be damned if I fell for those scams. I wouldn't trust them if they couldn't take responsibility for those risks on their own. No, I couldn't trust them. For the first time in my life, I felt that working against me. The Takumi-san was probably a human. There was almost no chance he was a wolf. But I could feel my distrustful nature scolding me for thinking I could trust him later once I investigated him with the snake. Jesus, I cannot speak. There was a non-zero chance his anger was all an act and he was just trying to intimidate me into confessing I was the snake. It was nearly zero but not entirely. Swindlers and tricksters all took advantage of that risk to use others. If this were a malicious trap, the cost of this risk would be my death and defeat for the humans.
言えません。
In the end, I just repeated that. My inability to trust him was probably based on abnormal levels of caution. That or my distrustful nature. Takumi-san released his grip on me and I lost balance and fell to the floor. I groaned in pain and hit my backside. I looked up and saw
そうか。
Takumi-san holding the hoe aloft.
ならもういい。死ね。
He swung it down. Yeah, expected. Maybe it was fortunate that this death had taught me a lesson. Distrust was not perfect defense strategy, especially when faced with great physical danger. I learned that at the cost of my life. Though maybe I could put that to good use next time. More importantly, perhaps it would be best to gain some proof ahead of time that you could trust him. Yeah, I knew that. Wait. I knew that would end like that, but... No need for corner. For the hint corner. I knew it ended like that, but I thought maybe we'll get a key or something for that. No, we'll not. Okay. Jesus, so much scrolling. Okay, we're going to trust him now, obviously, but I'm going to save the game. And I'm going to leave that for the next stream, actually. I have to end it now, and thank you everyone for coming by. Thank you for the new genuine follows and subscribers on YouTube. And yeah, I will see you tomorrow with Roblox, actually. First time playing, but we'll see. Maybe some of those games you guys will be able to join. So see you then, and yeah, check out the schedule otherwise to know what's going on this week. Some of those streams will be, I think, interesting. And yeah, I have to go now, so I froze. But it doesn't matter. I'm ending. Bye bye. Thank you. Bye bye. Kisses for everyone.